Oh.
Magical Secrets doesn't kick in until 18.
Oh, right. Happy birthday, by the way.
Happy birthday, Sochi.
Happy birthday, Sochi.
Happy birthday.
He showed up for 5 minutes just to get a happy birthday, and then he's gonna bail.
Now get out. Leave,
Do you want
please.
to
How was your
sing?
cake?
Oh no, he
You
left.
fucker.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh no. Yeah, that'll do it. Let me go announce this shit. Fuck me though, like 3 games I think got canceled this week. I'm itching real hard. I'm glad we're playing tonight. That's what I'm trying
Me
to say.
too.
Okay,
It's
so
only
real
5
quick.
days for my game.
For planning purposes, it turns out I don't have a 9th level spell slot
Oh no.
because I'm 3 levels of half caster and not full caster. I get my 9th level spell slot next level.
Well,
So
that's good to know.
I have no ability to teleport this anywhere.
Except
But
the old
I do get.
way.
We'll do it the old-fashioned way by
Oh
finding
wait,
our
we
way
don't even.
through.
I say we don't even have an old-fashioned way, do we? Because
Don't we have the carpet?
No, the carpet brought us here.
I thought we used it right before the long rest.
No, that was specifically what happened. Is we left Amalength with the carpet so on like a Saturday, so that it could recharge on Sunday, and then we immediately came to Firebird's Roost. And it's like what, Thursday now, so we
Yeah.
still have like 3 days before the carpet's
I was
back.
gonna say it's been like 3 months of real world time, but it's only been like a few days since all that.
Well, if we're lucky, Valna is still here and not dead. And even though we just saw that Martyr was working with the enemy now, she might be dead. I feel like there's a good chance she's dead. She may be dead.
Very high chance.
I made the mistake over in the Pathfinder 2 campaign of trying to do like a Kiwi accent, and I've committed to it, and I wish I hadn't, because it's I can't. It's too much. I bit off way more than I can chew.
I know that feel.
You
I
do.
feel like I'm confident with Vasu voice. I feel like Daru's accent changes literally every session.
That's fair. For what it's worth, I feel like you're very consistent with it. Like I don't notice a lot of differences in it.
I don't know. Maybe it's just,
Vasu's is rock solid. I think of your voice as Vasu's voice because you're so good at it and consistent with
thank
it.
you.
I'll never forget that time that you told me a story about your own life in Vasu's voice. It was magical.
This is why Nordo has a southern accent, is because it's the only accent I can do. So I don't know what I'm going to do for the next character.
You can do really well pompous old elves.
That's true, but I don't want to play a pompous old elf.
Thank
Just
you.
play
Keep
something
saying
else
you're from
instead.
different parts of the South. It's true. But Nordo started out as like Bayou and has sort of just now become like Midwestern accents with a little bit of drawl.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening with Rye. I don't know where I was going, and I don't know where it's going, but if
I
it
wish
gets
we could find out together.
too annoying, let me know, and I'll try to fix it.
No, I think it's just great. I just can't believe 18's commitment to his speech pattern.
18.
It's so hard. It's a real good thing that I'm the only one that's like not in person because it takes me so long to like process how I'm gonna say things.
Yeah.
Which is perfect with your character, because he's probably just standing there staring off into space, and then
Right.
finally
Oh,
says
yeah.
something.
Definitely. It's just
It's been so nice after like Cricket and Mercury and Bone to play Jack, who's just like got a little bit of a
Yeah.
deep voice and an otherwise totally normal like speaking
Right,
pattern.
just gruff and talks like a normal guy.
Yeah, like I can just fucking talk instead of having to think about talking.
That's why I like playing patches. Just a very normal voice.
Totally normal
It's
voice.
a totally normal voice.
That's kind
As
of
long
why
as
I
you
like
can do a
Vasu
Yoshi voice and a
too.
Patch's voice.
Vasu voice, especially because of his demeanor, is just very stream of consciousness for me. Like
Yeah.
I can just ramble, and I'm very good at rambling, and it works in Vasu's voice exceptionally well.
That's why Basu feels so genuine, is because like he'll just go off on crazy tangents that don't sound planned at all. Probably because they're not, but they're all so
They're not.
in character and so well voiced that they sound genuine.
Yeah, so for no reason,
Uh-huh.
do any of you have less than 100 health?
Total, or just like we're missing health?
Like currently?
You're not.
No, but I can.
Yes, I have less than 100 health.
Alright, cool. Let me know
Watch
when
out,
one of you
guys.
gets less than 100.
I just want to
Okay.
know what the food version of Power Word Kill is.
Right? Like, what is it gonna be? Is it like arsenic or something?
Power word heart attack.
It's get it. It's rat poison.
It's power word
Hey,
krill.
it's
It's a bunch of
rat
shrimp that
poison.
just finish you off.
All the
Krill-
food is
Krill
poison.
aren't shrimp, are they? I don't know what krill are, but they're not shrimp.
God damn it. That song is gonna be in my head all night now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is it poorly prepared pufferfish? Ooh, I'm sorry.
All right.
Power word allergy.
Power word chef's
Do you have a
regards.
peanut allergy?
That's true. I feel like it's called rat poison. Well, I don't know actually, because
I think they call it
Designed
rat
to
poison.
kill rats, right?
Yeah, because rats can't vomit, so other creatures can vomit up the poison, but rats can't
oh,
because they literally cannot vomit.
all right.
That's
Anyway,
why when the rat get eaten afterwards, they spread the poison to whoever eats it, like owls.
let's get this started. And we're kind of in a weird planning session, so like we don't have to jump straight into everything. But anyway, for a recap, last session you guys finished the last few of the soul trials, or putting the souls back together for everybody in Firebird's Roost, so that you could try to resurrect the phoenix. And when you headed back up to take all these souls up to the egg, so that they could try to rebirth the phoenix, you guys discovered that there were people waiting there for you. Notably, you saw... pull people over. Standing in the middle of the room, a yellow kobold in a very large mechanical suit of some sort. Large for a kobold anyway. It makes him medium-sized, which is pretty big for a kobold, including big mechanical wings. You saw that he was speaking to what appeared to be some sort of an illusion or a transmission from a massive, just huge dragon with some bizarre skeletal features and a very strong magical aura about him. It did not remind you of what you had seen of Ozydirith on the ship several months ago, Ace. It looked like a new dragon. You guys made some conjectures. You believe it might be Ozymandias or something like that, but you're not sure. And it was basically giving orders to this iron-plated kobold to not let you guys anywhere near the egg, not to fail him, because, he, quote, his son had failed him enough, and he wouldn't let it happen again. And he also gave some orders to two other people. You saw that Uno and Varder, apparently, were waiting and taking orders to learn more about someone, presumably you guys, but you're not entirely sure, about your friends and associates, and also any enemies that you guys might have, and they each went off to complete those orders. You snuck back down without having been spotted, and are planning what to do about all this. I'm going to assume that for the time being, you're kind of down in the first like trial room where it's far enough away to have hush whispers.
I mean, if I'm really well hidden, I might just be able to stay up here and just communicate back to Nomad.
That's fair.
Telepathically, kind of keep an eye on what's going on.
Either way, you guys have had a chance to at least relay what Ace had seen, kind of get a hold on the situation. And I believe Gale had fixed Nordo and Elise. Is that accurate?
He had, and that's actually what my question is what, not to immediately take things off the rails, but was Nordo already brought back to non-feeble-mindedness when it was communicated to us? Saw upstairs, or was that after?
That's kind of up to Gale and when he would have done. For timing purposes, you guys leveled up as soon as that last fight ended, so it's possible.
Yeah, presumably it was like right after that I got juiced, and then I cast the restorations, and then we all went upstairs.
Okay. Because if Nordo hears someone say that what Ace just saw, that like someone just sent people off to go look for the people that we love, Nordo's like not going to wait. Is going to start running unless someone stops him.
I'd try to stop you if I can.
Sure. I mean, if you try to, he'll stop. He's not going to like literally force his way out of your arms.
Yeah, I'll just put my hand on your shoulder and like, hey, Leah's got my amulet, the one that protects her from being seen. She's okay.
She's only okay from being seen. If someone's going to go get her, we need to go. We need to go now.
If you run out there and die, then no one's going to go save her.
Do not be concerned. She cannot be found through magical means.
But what about... It's not just her I'm worried about. What about Cal? What about D? What about your family, Mo?
Nomad
Look,
held.
I hate being the patient, cautious one. It kills me inside, but maybe we just need 1 second.
But they're getting away. We can stop them still if we go now.
Actually, you make a good point. I let go of your shoulder and start walking with you.
Okay, yeah, I'm going. I don't
I'm
want to
gonna-
stop them.
I'm right behind you.
I'm holding a hand up at the top of the stairs trying to stop you guys.
Kitty.
Holy shit, that cat is going nuts.
Yeah, it's because I started talking. What do you
Hey, Spud.
want?
What are you meowing for? Someone's gonna hear you.
I'm gonna run through, or not run through. I'm gonna stride through confidently. And go talk to this kobold that I assume that I probably recognize.
This is our best chance for now, Nomad says to everyone else.
It's all right. That's more than all the permission Nordo needs.
Right now, they said that they're trying to find out who's important to us. They don't know who is yet. We have time.
Well, shouldn't we stop him from even getting any further and out of this room? We
Well,
know
we
where they are
have to
now.
get out of the next room first.
We should
don't
walk
we?
up the
And
stairs.
if we're loud, they will just run away faster.
I think if we all walk up the stairs talking about how much we love Ozymandias, it could work out in our favor.
Isn't Ozymandias just great?
It seems like a bad idea.
I sure do love him.
It sounds like a bad idea.
What about that Salvage Savage company? Boy, they're my favorite.
I love their cursed food.
Farm out.
I sure do love Big Mac.
Do I recognize this guy?
Alright, when you poke your head up, first of all, give me a stealth check unless you're not even trying, unless you're just walking up to talk.
I'm not trying. I'm just walking up to talk to him.
Alright, as soon as you kind of emerge, these hot coals all around you coming up these stairs, you do see that this entire suit of armor kind of turns and looks towards you. And only a bit of the face is visible, kind of through the, like right around where the clavicle would be in the suit of armor. And it's a little difficult to recognize it, but you would, because there's a very prominent scar kind of right around her right eye. You would recognize that this is Stanek, one of your many brothers and sisters, sister specifically in this case. And as soon as you come up, she does kind of speak. When she speaks, it comes through with a very metallic tone. Very, oh my god, what is his name from Full Metal Alchemist?
Al?
Al.
Yeah.
Al.
Yeah. Very much like that.
Oh, I love him.
And it says, funny to see you here.
You too.
It's unusual, isn't it? That always, time after time after time after time, the blood of Aztekaska comes back to this place.
Well, I'm in a bit of a hurry, so are you gonna just explain this and let my friends through peacefully, or do I have to kick your ass first?
I am afraid you're gonna have to kick my ass.
Alright. Well, think about that cautiously. And I'm going to make a couple of hand motions, kind of mimicking several my allies. And a bunch of tendrily hands come out of Gale's back.
Woo! Is this a
What?
a spell? What is this?
It's basically just how I'm flavoring this.
Fuck yeah.
Oh,
Alright, I dig it. I'll let you throw that up basically to initiate combat. But then as soon as you cast a spell, she is going to lower one of these giant iron cannons in your direction. And that'll be initiative.
baby's hand. Baby's hand.
Notably, I did add those initiative settings. I don't know if you've already done it. But I'll do it.
Oh, yeah.
Quick. Assuming that you want to be static.
I want to be tiny. It doesn't like mess with anything for us to like parse it out individually.
Nope, totally fine.
Wonderful. Ace is rolling with
Oh no.
plus bonus.
It was my cat. She's laying on the keyboard. She's crazy.
Ooh, so that normal drop down is where you choose static.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, you're going for it. Excellent. Then let's do it.
Where do I roll initiative?
Nobody has to. I was just saying that if you want to switch over to static initiative, now's the time to do it.
Oh, cool.
But anyway, here we go. Let's do it. Ooh, Vasu's going for it.
I'm gonna go for it. Hell yeah!
Oh, right. Before I forget, as we're jumping into initiative here, yeah, how are we going to explain this? Yule's here.
She's always been here. She was just really sleepy this whole time.
That's fair. Yule has been kind of sitting back just in case you guys get into any sort of trouble, as Yule tends
Just
to do.
making sure the druids don't do anything fucky.
Exactly. And she kind of swapped in when when Volna went up to talk to all of the other druids. She's like, okay, yeah, now it's time for me to show up and do my healing. So Yule is at the back of the group with Patches, ready to go, and I think he's in the process of leveling up.
I'm so excited. Yule's just gonna show up, power word kill this guy, and then leave.
And let me... There we go. Okay. Let me throw Yule on initiative. So I'm going to assume that everybody in the coals currently is like waiting at the stairs to jump in, and that you guys aren't all actually standing in hot coals. Because
I was laying in the coals, if that matters.
Okay, fair.
I'm floating. It should be fine.
Yule and Patches.
Alright. To nobody's surprise, Ace is the first to react when all of these arms kind of pop out of Gale's back, and Stanix lowers a weapon towards Gale. You're up, Ace.
Cool. 2 questions, actually.
Yeah.
Staff reliable talent, does that count for initiative?
It does. Initiative is a check.
All right. Is there? I might need to put a macro in there because the lowest I can get for that would be a 13 then.
That is good to know. For now, I'll watch it manually, but I'll get that set up so that the roller will deal with it automatically.
Cool. Is this actual darkness or is that just flavor darkness?
It is just flavor darkness. Everywhere in here is at least dim, and I'll say that the like the row of tiles closest to the coals are bright.
All right. Did it hurt? I mean, I don't think I was here when we actually crossed these coals, or I was made of fire. Does this look like it'll hurt me?
It looks like it'll hurt to step on, yeah. It's probably not going to be like deadly. It's not like lava or anything, but it is hot coals.
All right. Is me standing here going to cause difficult terrain for all of my allies to be in this stairwell?
I'm going to say at this point, like, everybody's first step is probably going to be difficult just because you're all crowded in that hallway. If you want, actually, some of you can be waiting on the other end over here. That would alleviate some of that problem.
Yeah, I guess if we had time to like set up an ambush, I probably would have gone over to the other side too.
Now that reminds me, you guys specifically made sure to have her ready. She should probably be here. There we go. So yeah, I'll say you can hang out there. It's going to be difficult terrain either way, so it's not a huge deal.
I mean, difficult terrain is tough for me. But all right, I guess I'm just gonna try my best. I'm gonna back up, and then I'm going to try to do a running jump and jump over the coals.
Absolutely. If you've got strength of at least 10, it's no problem.
I do not. I have a strength of 5.
Oh, give me an athletics check then. Do you have a strength of 5?
Forgot about that.
Holy shit!
Yes, I do.
Boy.
That is incredible.
Oh,
he just falls
no!
back down the stairs by 2 feet.
Even jump? Do I just like do a little bunny hop?
Rules
Yeah.
as written. You jump whatever your strength score is.
So
Got -2.
So
Okay.
you go for this jump, and it looks real cool, and you've like got the jump on him. You're planning on kind of taking advantage of the fact that you're the first act, and you just trip. You just trip going up and kind of trying to go over the ledge a little too hasty. First of all, you land prone in this space, just right over here. Yep.
All right.
And you do take. Normally it's just 1 point, but since you went in like full body face first, you take 3 points of fire damage. But that's all. You can stand up for half your movement and continue walking.
How much movement did this take?
Just 10 feet is difficult.
All right. So think I should have like 5 feet more movement with the boots. Okay, and then I'm just gonna shoot him. After all that, but I am going to do the thing where I take a -5 to do 10 more damage.
Sorry, Sochi was asking a question. What was that?
I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay, shoot away.
With a -5 for plus 10 more damage.
Hell yeah, fuck him up. 23 hits. You see an arm almost just like instinctively starts to swat towards this arrow, but it is just a moment too slow. And you land 44 points of damage. Huge hit.
I'll do it again. Same thing.
Alright. 19 is
20.
no good. Oh, right,
20
20 because of accuracy. 20 is no good either.
Really? Ooh. One more. Same thing.
25 down to a 20, unfortunately, is still a miss.
Womp womp. Alright. That's all I got.
Alright. At the end of your turn, Stanix is going to use a legendary action. You see that several kind of filtered holes near the sides of this unit, kind of around the thighs, begin to just leak out this noxious kind of yellow-green gas. I need Ace and Gale to give me wisdom saving throws.
Can I decide to use my reaction after, maybe?
Why did it have to come out from down there?
Well, there's a lot going on in a lot of places, so that, something's got to come from somewhere. And that's a really good question. Let me go check.
Hey, lady, close your legs. Your stank's getting all the way over here. It's awful.
You can choose to do it after seeing your roll.
It's a +2. I don't think it's gonna make a big difference. But I can't use my evasion unless it's like an actual attack, right?
Correct. Uncanny dodge is for attacks, and evasion is for dex saves, not wisdom saves.
You know what? We'll just see what happens.
All right, using your reaction.
Oh no, I don't think a 15 is gonna be enough. So I'm just gonna let it happen.
So Gale, you immediately start to feel this strange influence in your mind. You see flashing visions of Ozadirith's face, and you begin to feel this just terrifying influence that you need to just comply for your own health and safety. But you muster up a tremendous amount of courage, and you are able to fight off these effects. Ace, however, becomes charmed. You can see that his eyes begin to glaze over and kind of go yellow, almost with like a jaundiced effect. Let me mark this, and it is that one. That'll bring us to Vasu.
Okay. First, I dash right up in her face with my cloak, and I attack at advantage.
26 gets through. It's tough, but you're able to find a slot kind of around the elbow that you can get through for 14 points of piercing and fire.
Let me get a con save.
Can I get a con save?
Dang.
Resilient.
She sure is. I'm gonna attack her again.
Oh no! 24 points of damage. You twist in the arm, and there's this horrible creaking sound as you are able to kind of pry some of the metal apart.
She took an additional 7 fire damage from that first attack.
Ow.
I know it's unfortunately not going to crit, but I'm going to attack on 5 cold damage onto the second attack from Bjarl. And then... I'm so low on key. I'm just gonna hit her with a bonus action. Or not.
Yep, unfortunately that one is no good.
Yeah. If it does come up and her weird thigh gas is still around, I'm immune to poison and disease. I was also not affected by gases or vapors that I passed through as part of that dash, and I've created a 20-mile-per-hour gust of wind in the direction that I moved. So
Hell yeah.
Probably just
You
got
can-
rid of all that.
You sure did. You can tell that it was kind of just a one-time spritz, but even the bits
Okay.
that are lingering behind, you blow away quickly, and manage to kind of just go right for her shoulder or her elbow. And while you're wrangling with all that, she's going to use another legendary if that's the end of your turn.
Do it.
With her other free arm, she is just going to point straight into your chest and try to shoot you with a force gun. 34 disadvantage.
Jesus. No, that misses.
All right. I
No, I'm
thought
kidding.
so.
Do it.
I really want to,
It's just a reaction, even if you don't throw it back.
but it's key.
It's not if you don't
oh, yeah,
just throw
oh,
it
it's
back.
not. Oh, you're right. You're right. It's
Notably-
only reaction if.
Notably, this is like not elemental energy; it's force damage.
It's still a projectile, right?
It's an air
Yeah.
cannon.
It is a. Oof. Is it a
It does say
projectile?
I mean, rules written is just any ranged weapon
Yeah,
attack,
it's
right?
range one. Yeah. The
Oh, shit.
Weapon attack.
the elemental thing is what we were just using to let me like deflect like magic, like
Right,
cantrip
right, right,
stuff.
right.
If this is just
Spell
a projectile,
specific.
I can do that. Rules is written, even if I'm not a
So
element monk.
let me go check. It is a spell attack. Let me see if that like normally works.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No, it's ranged weapon
that's it
attack.
normally.
Yep.
It's not exactly an element he can.
Right.
Force is an
Sorry.
element. Come on. No, that's
Yeah,
fine.
no, it's punching.
Yeah,
The
I'll
13th
just.
element.
I don't think I can do anything about that. I'm just gonna take the hit.
All right, that'll bring us over to Moat.
Ouch.
All right. I'm gonna make my way up the stairs with the difficult terrain. It puts me like 12 and a half. Can I try to jump these coals and then next to Gale?
Absolutely. If you've got what's your strength? is
20.
At least 10. You're fine. You're good. Yeah.
Hopefully not a 5.
Yeah, you're fine.
It's not a 5. I'll use the last little bit of movement to step up to Stanix here. Okay. What is she wearing?
So, as
What are
best
you
as you can
wearing?
tell, this suit. You can see actually like
I'm looking for, if it matters. Boy, what am I looking for?
Are you gonna heat metal her?
I'm looking for either like a choker or some under armor to like protect her skin from the armor she's actually wearing or something along those lines.
sure. What is your passive perception?
Really bad. Let me go check. My passive perception is 10.
With a 10, first of all, it's very dark. She's very far back inside of this suit. And you're able to see
Right.
kind of a glint of fire off of her eyes, and you can see that her scales are yellow. And you can see just kind of her eyes and the bridge of her snout, and that's kind of all that you can see passively. If you want to take the search action, you can try to get a better sense for what is going on under all that armor. Otherwise, you just see all of this, like, big, giant Arcana Mechanical mech suit.
Does it... Sorry, this might be too much. Does it look like everything is kind of attached at this point? Like the armor is all connected to itself, if that makes sense?
It definitely seems to be, like, all one solid construct piece, and it's way too big to be, like, just her body, unless she's
Right.
got a very disproportionately small head.
Alright, well, this might be the... I say this every week, but this might be the dumbest thing I've ever tried. I'm going to target her helmet, and I'm going to cast a spell.
Excellent. Spreads up from a point you can see when you choose an object if you're holding one, or that isn't being worn or carried. Light shines and moves with it.
Oh, I should guess she's wearing it. I didn't read that part. My bad. That's
Yeah.
what I was, yeah.
If you want to take it back, you can, but she's definitely wearing it.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of looking for something that maybe might work.
Also, you cast daylight.
Yeah, that's what I meant to. I'm trying to give her disadvantage on everything.
Yeah, it's a kobold.
Oh, you said dispel.
Cast
Oh,
a
it's-
spell.
Yeah.
Cast a spell.
Hey,
My bad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I don't
I
want to
misheard
fuck...
you.
You're good. I don't want to fuck Gale with this is the problem. I'll just attack him. Sorry for all of that.
It's all good.
Doesn't he have a magic darkness eye?
I don't know.
It
I
does,
just want to
can't
have
remember.
disadvantage on everything.
I can't
I
remember if
do,
he's currently
but
attuned to it, or if it's
It
even
doesn't
attunement.
cancel daylight.
Gotcha. 19, you run up and swing down, and she just brings one of these iron hands over and catches the blade and just like throws it back at you.
But what about the second swing?
Yep.
Even worse.
Unfortunately, as you go around for the second swing, she just kind of throws a knee and pushes you back.
Okay, and then for my bonus, I mean, I have Shield Master. I might as well try to shove her prone.
Hell yeah, do it.
God, off to a
Absolutely
terrible
not.
start.
Yeah, she plants firm. These giant metal feet just don't even budge across the stone surface.
Guys, I'm trying to be cool in front of my family, and you're embarrassing me.
All
Your
right.
family's being cool in front of us.
Hey, I've hit it at least twice.
Let's see. Anything else?
That's movement, action, bonus. I'm good.
All right, then let's try some more Formula 0.Y. I need a Wisdom saving throw from Gale, Moat, Vasu, and Ace as another puff of this yellow gas is released.
And we get
Is this-
plus
A charm.
It is a charm.
Is it a poison?
It is not a poison. It is a
That's
gas, though.
dumb.
It's like a vapor.
and
Is
we get
it
a
disease?
I guess it is. I mean, it's a poison. It's a poison.
I'm immune,
Shit.
but I'll roll this anyway to see what it was.
Sure.
And you all get plus,
Right.
what, 10 from Moat? 5 from Moat?
Plus 5.
Plus 10.
yeah. So
Can
Gale
you
and I are both
imagine?
getting-
I couldn't remember.
All right, you guys are all
Terrible.
fine, with the exception of Ace, who is still afflicted by the first shot. And that'll bring us to Stanix's turn. You do recognize her name. I already told you her name.
Does that count as her attacking me?
No, it is not an attack. For the purposes of like uncanny dodge or something, I assume.
Oh, I meant more for like if typically when you're charmed by someone, if they attack you,
That
gives you a chance to break free.
that doesn't seem to be the case here.
So she's just like crop dusting us.
It just seems to be. All right, let's do some punching. Moat, having kind of come up and tried to get right up in her face, she feels confident, having stopped 2 of your blows. She's going to turn around, and she just sort of shoulder checks you. 21?
No good.
Unfortunately, she's not able to get away with it. Frustrated, then, she is going to light up some sort of magical device at the center of her chest. And you watch as a blast of energy fires past all of
Real
you.
quick.
Yep.
Real quick.
Uh-huh.
Sentinel.
Oh, fuck. 26 is good for 13.
Can I get a con save?
Oh, shit. That was too much.
3. No, keep that.
No, that was a little too much. There we go. Typing is hard.
Con save.
Con save.
Con save. Roll real low.
Oh my
Yes!
god, she'll burn a legendary.
Love it.
19?
Yeah.
Oh, thank god.
She
Okay.
passes with that. Unless, did our proficiency go up when we leveled up?
It did.
Anything
Yeah,
like
should
that.
be 6 now. What's
Yeah.
your wisdom?
My wisdom is 18.
Your DC is
14
18.
plus
then.
4. Yeah, she beat it by
Fuck.
1. Just
Fuck
beats
you.
it.
Yeah, I need more wisdom. My DC just got to Nordo's level.
Mine just went up. You're not on my level, bruh.
Well, I mean, it just got to what it was before. Shut up! I'm still a better
You're
monk than
a much
you,
better monk than
objectively.
me.
Your
But
monk,
my-
your monk DC is just higher than mine.
That's
See, you're
weird.
the you're
You
the
guys are
patient.
weird.
You're
And
the
my monk
patient.
attack
Hit
rolls
you
are
with
better
one
than
thing
yours.
and fuck you up, monk. I'm the one that just like it doesn't matter if I stun you. I'm gonna hit you 4 more times and they're all gonna be fire and it's gonna suck for you.
Alright. This
Exactly.
blast of energy fires kind of back past all of you against the edge of the stairs where your allies are still coming up. Those of you who are actually still down the stairs, so Toto, Yule Patches, Nomad, and yeah, you 3 all have greater cover, so plus 5 to your save against this. But then this energy erupts in an explosion. Where's the button? There it is. I need dexterity saving throws from everyone except for Nordo, but Toto, Yule, and Nomad have plus 5.
I need to do a dex save?
Yep. And you got a plus 5.
Sorry, I'm in
Good.
that range.
I think it's everybody but me.
I just realized I'm the biggest idiot on the face of the planet, and I'm taking a moment to deal with that. I've been upgrading my weapon's crit damage, but not its base damage,
Oh lord.
Oh no.
for like the last 4 levels.
Oh no!
Oh lord.
Which is
that's-
why I've been like, wow, I feel like Moat's not doing that much
Holy
damage.
shit!
This explains everything.
It's all
Alright.
coming
Before
together
we do
now.
anything, I was one of the people who got the short rest in.
Yeah, it was you and Gale, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, I need to spend some hit dice, so
Alright.
let me spend those first.
Yeah, spin those first. All right, Gale takes 20. Ace takes 20, but half because of evasion. Vasu takes half because of evasion, so 10. Yule takes half. You take 10. Nomad takes 20. Moat takes 10. Toto takes 20, even with cover. And that is the end of her turn, which brings us to Nordo.
Okay. What is like the wall to ceiling shape of this room?
It would be kind of straight up about 18 feet, and then just a flat stone ceiling.
Okay. This doesn't really matter, but I just want to do it. Oh, cool, I can. I have just enough movement. Nordo's level 9 monk now, so he comes running out of these stairs, runs straight up the wall, runs along the ceiling,
Fuck yeah.
and then drops down right on top of Stanix, bring the axe down kind of on her back as she's exploding his friends.
Hell yes, I'm into it.
I don't know if I need to, like, do something about just falling 20 feet, but it's whatever.
Do
I'm
you
a
have...
monk.
It would be... I mean, it would be d6 of fall damage. Or, sorry, 2d6 of fall damage unless you use your monk thing.
I'm going to choose to not use my monk thing, and I'll just take it. Can I, like, try to fall literally on her to transfer some damage to her? I don't know what the rules are for that.
Let's see how good your attack roll is. Like, if you get, like, a nat 18 through 20
Okay,
or
cool,
so,
cool.
we'll call it that.
Start with the attack, recklessly, of course. So I roll 20 as slow as balls for me right now. Here we go. It really is. Not to be outdone by Vasu flying out here with this dash.
Hey, real quick. When I level up, it does it. I know I get another max key point. Do I get a key point from leveling up?
Yeah,
you do, yes.
Okay, cool.
Alright, 27 does land. I'm still going to say you take the damage, but you don't land prone. Oh, that's
Fair.
big bludgeoning damage. What happens actually is as you come down on sort of a jagged spot along the spine of this suit.
Worth it?
But it does hit for 8, and the 23 also would have hit, so I think she's prone.
She is prone.
Fuck
She needs a strength
me.
saving
Yeah.
throw.
That's not good.
A strength save, please. And when you're through with the strength save, I'll take a con save too.
Bless you, Nordo.
Kill the strength is good. The con, oh balls, she got it by 1. Alright, that is the first attack. She is prone. Second attack. It's trying.
I believe. There it goes. That one, unfortunately, as she hits the ground, as she kind of crosses her arms in front of her, and a bunch of these metal plates kind of pop out to form a shield or a cocoon, and she's able to block that attack.
Okay, and then let's see, that's my action, my movement, my bonus action. I will make an unarmed strike. And while that's trying to load, with my passive perception, do I see fleeing druids farther? Or I guess Ace told us they were like wisps. Do I see fleeing wisps of wind?
What is your passive? It's like 20 or something real good, right?
I think it's 21. Let me check. 21.
With the 21, you can see that this door is open, but you don't see any signs of anyone.
Okay.
29 does get through. You basically grab this weird shield that has sprung out of her wrists and just start prying it backwards until it eventually rips and snaps out of place.
And, oh, she's not restrained. Balls. Okay, cool. That is my bonus action, my movement. That's the end of my turn.
All right. At the end of your turn, she wants to use some legendaries. Boy, she has got to get somebody affected by this. I'm going to throw another puff of this. I need a wisdom saving throw from everybody within 10 feet. Except for Vasu, who's immune. And Moat, I think, has advantage.
You fool!
Yeah.
I cannot be swayed by the womanly wiles of any woman. Or her vapors.
Kills good.
Close
Moat's
your legs.
good.
You're embarrassing yourself.
So I'm reloading roll 20 real quick.
Ace is already afflicted, Basu's invincible, so it's pretty much just Nordo. While Nordo is going, let's jump to Nomad.
Right. Real quick, has it been more than 10 minutes since the last fight?
Yes.
Okay, so this is inactive. Let me just remove this. That was the windy effect from the last one. So he's gonna go kind of hover a little over this direction. He's gonna try a preliminary test on Stanix.
Excellent. As you walk into that spot, you do definitely feel yourself bump into an invisible wall of force, kind of cutting almost halfway through that space, but you're able to stand there.
Excellent. And he's gonna attempt a Mayan sliver.
Oh no. Oh my god, 19? Oh, it does succeed! Fuck
Just
yeah. With that said, you can tell that she doesn't seem to have a lot of brain. But she is able to fight that off.
Yeah, because of course a -1 would succeed.
I'm so sorry.
Never
Alright, can I get a
fails.
hero point, please? No. That's alright. That is my good test.
Alright. At the end of your turn, she's just going to point the gun up towards Nordo and fire.
If it changes, I just rolled that wisdom save and I think I failed.
Oh, excellent. Then no, she's not going to fire at you. We'll fire at Vasu instead. 20?
Nope.
No! Alright, that brings us to Elise. Elise is going to take a running jump over to here. Oh boy. Yeah, she's gonna run all the way over to here. To Baxi Dash to do so. And like, it's a prone target. She feels like she's got to do it. But also, she's got some of these left. She's gonna ready in action. And until then, Yulin Patches.
Can I move up to where I can see?
You can. You can kind of poke your head up over these stairs, just enough to get line of sight.
Perfect, I will do that. Okay, just gonna stand there.
Alright, you can see Toto's kind of getting ready for the charge. Presumably. I don't know what Toto's about to do, but...
I'm gonna just cast this.
Oh no. That's a good call. Just a base level?
7th level.
That a boy.
God.
So much hot sauce.
Alright, so let's see. So someone goes up by 1d8 for each extra level.
That's 98 if you're keeping track. Or no, 78.
78. Well, roll 78 fire damage. It's completely unavoidable. Alright, 28 points of fire damage as you watch this entire suit of armor is now glowing red hot. And you can see, like, you can smell burning leather. And you can just hear these screaming, kind of painful sounds coming from inside of this thing, resonating from deeper in.
Nordo starts barking like a seal for some candy.
Alright, anything else on your turn?
Well, they get to take a con save.
I think they just straight up fail. If it doesn't drop... Yeah, so she can't take off the suit of armor, so they just straight up fail, which means she's got disadvantage on attack rolls and check until the start of your next turn.
Cool. And then, yeah, I'll give Nordo a piece of candy.
Or. She lobs it over, and Nordo just snatches it up in his snapping turtle jaws, crunches on it.
And I'll take another step back down.
All
So,
right.
out of the way.
Sounds good. Before Gale's turn, Elisa's ready to action goes off. She looks to Gale and kind of gives a nod. And she is going to just gently tap the very tip of her sword onto Stanek. And you watch as golden cracks form all across the surface of this suit of armor. And it's Gale's turn.
Cool. So hands are gonna whip up together.
Check with a hand.
And I just slam Moat into the egg.
Oh shit! I
love
mean,
this.
that's a nat 20 on the shove check, and I'm assuming Moat. Do you even resist when you see Gale fire a bunch of hands at you?
Boy. I mean, I can tell he's not charmed. No, I'll let it happen.
All right. Holy fucking nat 20 on that too. Okay. These hands just kind of pick you up, Moat, shove you into the center of the egg, and there is a blinding flash of orange light that just pulses out through the entire room. Everyone in the room take 14 points of fire damage, including Stanix. And then you see two things actually happen. First of all, you see that Moat's eyes begin to glow hot orange. You see that these wing-like shapes, but they're kind of just pointed straight out, almost in like a cross shape. They appear... they look like wings, but they're very like artificial. They have kind of like a symbolic look to them rather than actual feathery wing. Begin to press out from his shoulders and then curl down until they form two rings, one over each shoulder. I'm going to whisper Moat something. But then also, Vasu, you notice that one of your arms, the orangish red one in particular, has popped free from your back. And it flexes once or twice. You can practically hear knuckles cracking. And you can see veins of fire kind of pulsing through that arm. And I'm going to whisper you some things too.
Hey, fire bros.
Anything else, Gale?
Yeah, and then I'm gonna walk up to Stanix and just say, "Guess you lose." I
Oh,
shoot her twice.
Hell yeah. Oh my good. As the first shot rings through, all of these golden slivers crack, dealing 30 points instead of 15. And then the follow-up shot is good for another 16 on top of that.
And then Toto didn't get an action, so he just dodges.
Alright, excellent. That will bring us to the lair in the bottom of the round, but let me finish whispering these things real quick before I forget to do it. Alright, there we go. Oh, I'm into it. Hell yeah. Anyway, that brings us to the lair action. As this overheated, panicking, prone Stanix realizes that she alone might not be enough to do what needs to be done here, you watch as her left hand kind of reaches up to her chest and kind of clamps onto some sort of mechanism, which she then twists and rotates. And there are several brief flashes of green light. And most of you don't see anything except for these repeated flashes of green light, but Ace, with your true sight, can see several invisible forms appear throughout the entire room. In total, there are 6 invisible winged kobolds in black robes that have appeared throughout the room. And I'm going to put them on, but only Ace can currently see them. 1.
Oh, it says he didn't get a whisper.
Oh shit. Did you get one, Philo?
He said he was AFK for a second.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh.
I'll send him on Telegram just to be sure. Alright. Anyway, that brings us to the top of the new round. Here we go. Ace, first act, I need a d6 from you.
I'm back.
Welcome back. You're just in time.
All right, so he attacked me, so I get to make a save against my charm, right?
Doesn't seem to be the case.
Really? So even though he tried to explode me?
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
poison effect rather than the mental.
Yeah, it's not like a baseline part of the charm effect. It's just a lot of charms are written that way.
Gotcha. All right. Well, then what happens on my turn?
On your turn, I need you to roll a d6. Oh boy. Alright, what is the nearest creature? I need you to attack Vasu, please.
All right. I'm going to shoot him with at disadvantage because he's within melee range.
Yep.
Do I get sneak attack?
You do.
I'm kidding.
You do actually from Stanix.
No, it's disadvantage.
You're right, disadvantage. Yep, that cancels out.
Bro, heck, I can't do this.
You're
You
totally
also
right.
take -5.
15.
That's true. 10 actually, probably. Presumably sharpshooter. Either way, it's a big old mess. All right.
Wait, does it just have to be one attack or all my attacks?
Just one. However, that is the only thing you do on your turn. You do get a rebound point. And at the turn,
am I like conscious?
You are currently. Your mind is filled with these bizarre visions. It feels like you're very, very drunk or high or something. There's something wrong with your mind. And
You're just a con save.
yeah, there is a moment of clarity, and you hear this dragon speak to you, and it just says "kill," and your eyes lock onto Vasu, and you feel yourself firing. It's almost like you're not even in control right now. And there's also no repeat on a 1, which is a damn shame. But Stanix is going to take a legendary. Fire a gun at Gale. 24? 24 should hit.
Yeah.
Alright, excellent. That brings us to Vasu.
I think he's still gone.
Then let's go to Yulin Patches while we wait.
I mean, I'll go and use my bonus action to do the damage again.
Good call. That's another 76.
Ooh, 78, bruh.
Or 78, yeah. Oh my goodness! Yeah, once again, she can't get out of this armor, so that's disadvantage on everything, except for saves.
I mean, I feel like that's all I'm gonna do because that's concentration. So.
Yeah, you could like fire a cantrip if you got one, or an instant spell.
Oh, I can.
Yeah, you get your full action. Because that's only a bonus action to trigger that.
No, I think that's good.
All right, that'll bring us to Vasu. You back? I think he's still AFK. All right, that'll bring us to Gale.
I'm in pain. Can I see these kobolds?
They are all invisible. Ace can see them, but I don't think anyone else can.
In that case, I am going to use my action to cure wounds myself. And I don't know the kobolds are there, so I'm gonna leave Toto in the area. And I'm gonna move the hands back over to Stanix. And I'm gonna take on a bit of a Nordo stance.
Ooh.
Hey,
The fists all come together and just start pummeling at her.
Hell yeah. You can roll one more time for advantage because she's prone, just in case you crit. But the 23 does hit.
Close.
Just a 16 point.
That's it for me.
All right. Then that'll bring us to Nomad. Wait, unless Vasu's back.
sorry, really quick. Is that hand capable of critting? Because if so, she's prone. You can try for the crit.
I already did it. That's what the 17 was.
Did it? Never mind. I can't see that.
Yep.
There it is.
All right. No Vasu yet, so Nomad's up.
Right. Take this down. Does Elise look like she's going to do anything healy?
Yeah, she notices that Gale is hurt, and she looks kind of over in that direction.
I'll leave that to Gale. Here's going to be... this is gonna be rough. He's going to use a... would I get the sense that she's a humanoid?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, there's a humanoid inside of there, yes.
Okay, cool. He's going to use one of his Channel Arcana to increase the DC to 21. And this is, let me actually see if this is a spell I have. Real quick, because I have two wizards.
Yeah, I know that pain.
Oh yeah, no. It actually is a spell I have.
Cool.
DC 21.
Oh boy. Oh, thank God, 24.
Of course. That is me.
All right. At the end of your turn, all of these invisible things are going to start doing their shit.
She's the exact opposite of Gale.
She is.
Real high wisdom and no intelligence.
All right. Most of you don't even see the source of it because they don't pop out of invisibility to do that. But Ace, even in your weird state, you can kind of vaguely see this happening. All these shapes start to just flitter into different places. This one kind of like flies down the stairs over here. This one's going to fly over into this group. This one's going to fly over into this group. And this one will get Moat. And this one will get Nordo. And all at once you see that they kind of reach into their cloak. And you can all hear shattering glass from all around you. And then billowing green smoke. I need wisdom saves from everyone who's not immune to poison. It is a charm effect.
Even me.
Within what range?
Everyone here. They basically spread out to get everybody.
Ooh,
Even though
what
I'm-
save?
It is a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, I'm downstairs.
Yes, one of them did fly down to get you and Toto. Although it doesn't really know that Toto's probably immune to charm. Maybe? Hopefully. Nomad, even with an 11, you're fine. Gale with an 11, you're fine. You guys are all able to hold off against the effects of this weaker poison. But it has become clear, just from the sound of beady wings and the shattering of glass vials on the ground, that there are invisible creatures among you. And you can now hear those of them that are like up right next to you. With that, it sounds like Vasu is back, so let's jump to Vasu. Ooh, wait, maybe. He might be.
No, I'm here. Sorry, I just forgot to unmute my headset.
There we go.
It probably wouldn't affect my turn anyway. I did hear about these invisible kobolds. Would I at least see, like, whatever kind of magic invisibility is with my detect magic stuff up?
You don't, because detect magic only, like, lights up things that are visible to you, and they are still
Sure.
invisible.
Okay, then I'm just gonna beat the shit out of Stanix.
Hell yeah. At this point, though, none of them are hidden, so, like, you guys can all tell that there's invisible creatures in those locations.
Yeah, I was just kind of jumping back because I think my turn came up before all this. But yeah, I'm just beating up Stanix.
Alright, you do see that the armor is glowing red hot.
Whew.
You can decide if that matters to you or not.
I don't give a fuck about fire damage.
Hell yeah.
I also attack from 15 feet away if I want to.
That's a good point. 30 is also a solid hit for 14 points.
Attack on another 5 cold. Give me a con save. Because that might matter. Actually, I think she probably summoned these things like last turn anyway, but she's stunned unless she does another
my
legendary.
goodness, she's going to. She can't be stunned. That would be terrible. I think that does it.
Yeah.
She is down to 1 resistance.
Another attack for 26.
26 hits for another 15.
Hey, give me another con save.
Uh,
I mean, if you're just gonna give me these free key points.
oh, thank
Damn.
God.
Okay. It might be kind of cheeky. Would it be cheeky if I went into tunnel fighter stance because I didn't technically know that these guys or that anybody else literally at all was here?
Nah, you delayed the turn. That's fine.
Okay. I didn't mean to delay the turn. There was just
Yeah.
cats making
You're good.
messes everywhere.
I don't suspect that anyone here is going to start, like, strategically going AFK to delay their turn.
Yeah.
That's what I've been doing this whole time.
I rolled a really high initiative and then stuck with static initiative and then planned
went
for
AFK for,
Samus
like,
to
6
knock over one of my
sessions.
plants and then also throw up right next to it.
It's a
Fucking
conspiracy.
hate this. I hate this
God,
cat.
gotta
I
love
hate
cats.
this cat.
Alright, that'll bring us to Moat.
All right. Boy, Moat's feeling all sorts of ways.
Oh, what is going on with Mode? Vex?
His
Flaming
eyes are glowing.
wings.
He's got flaming wings.
Oh yeah, I missed that. I was AFK.
Oh, yeah. There was a big surge of fire when he was shoved into the egg. Wings have grown from his back. Fiery wings, not physical ones.
All right,
glowing
this might be. Is that in range of? Actually, hold on. I gotta like aim something. Sorry, really should have thought this through more. Which space is Elise in?
She is in the one directly south of Stanix, so her center point is like right at this ping.
Okay, sorry, I'm having a hard time telling if there's a space in front of her.
No. That.
Okay.
Yeah. No, she's
Cool.
one directly south of Stanix.
Well then I'll just try to do this and let you do what you will with it. So Moat kind of steps out of this egg with his glowing eyes and his fiery wings, and I try to basically just grab Stanix by like the collar of her armor. I put a hand right up to the open face of her armor, and I'm gonna try to cast Burning Hands into her armor
Fuck yes.
without hitting anyone.
So you do see that Stanix is like currently on like heat metalled. If you touch, there might be
Yeah,
an issue.
no, I touch it.
Okay, fuck yeah. Burning Hands works, and I'll say that like throwing it directly into her suit of armor while she's prone, there's no way that it's going to hit anything except for straight down, so it just all goes straight onto her.
Okay, and I'm gonna upcast it a little bit.
Hell yeah. Roll me some damage, and then also Yule, roll me 78 fire damage for the heat metal.
Wait,
But
what?
he's the Phoenix.
Because Moat has touched the heat, like he grabbed the heat metal. He's aware of it. He's just doing it because it's cool. Alright, 31 fire for Moat.
As the heat metal kind of hits my hand, I like to imagine that it almost, like the glowy red kind of runs up my own armor and feeds into the wings, and it looks like it doesn't hurt him.
Hell yes.
Is it finally happening? Moat's finally immune to fire damage.
It's finally happening. I think she does actually only take half, thank God.
She takes the full 9 from me.
Does she have disadvantage
she
for dex
burn
saves for being on the ground?
No,
Prone.
oddly, prone is not disadvantage on dex save. Restrained is, but prone is not. Which I've always thought is kind of weird, but I guess I get it.
I guess you can like roll two directions, so
Yeah.
you know you're fine.
Yeah.
But that is my movement into my action. She's already prone, so I can't really knock her more prone.
Alright.
I think I'm good.
Alright, she is going to try to fire this gun again, this time at Moat. No, I will not fail. Ooh, that's a critical fail. Elise is going to go run over here to heal Gale, taking one opportunity attack along the way. 23 misses. No, wait, it does hit.
Was Elise within 5 feet of me when that kobold made an attack of opportunity on her?
She sure was.
Sentinel.
Kobold's invisible.
I don't care.
Yeah, Sentinel,
Are they still invisible?
Oh,
They are still invisible, even after doing their poison thing, but I don't think Sentinel requires visibility. Let me check. Oh wait, it says you make an opportunity attack. An opportunity attack does require visibility. Sorry.
That makes sense.
But your tunnel
Never
fighter
mind.
thing does work. Either
Yeah,
way,
but I think
27 healing for Gale. And that'll bring us to Norda.
What do I do, boss?
Oh, right.
Others. I don't know if I get an action or not, but I would like to try to do this thing here that I can do on account of being a monk.
Is it Stillness of Mind?
Get stillness of mind.
So here's the thing with Stillness of Mind. Like, there are so many charms in the game that say you do this for your action, which means you wouldn't get a chance to use Stillness of Mind, but, like, what's the point of Stillness of Mind if you can't use it to break out of those effects? So, yes.
because there are the charmed effect itself doesn't make you do anything.
Legit.
Like,
Legit.
yeah, I think it only works if you're just regular charmed or regular feared, where you still have your actions.
Yeah. With that said, I rule that you can always use your action to break out of it, because that's the whole point of a CC breaking effect.
Well, if I can, I would sure like to use my action to break out.
Sure. If you want to, go ahead and roll the d6 first, so you might just, like, break out naturally. Yeah, you break out naturally. The effect ends, and you do whatever you want.
Cool. I like to imagine it's because Nordo focuses his key and stills his mind.
Hell yeah.
And then I will... Was the yellow thing, can I drop that now? Is that the poison?
Yes, yeah.
Cool. Then I will attack. Not recklessly for the once.
Woo, 28 is good for 11. 26 also would have hit, so she's even more prone.
Triple extra prone and strength save. I don't know if she can fail 17, but she can try.
She can try. She actually can't fail.
Second attack.
Another 7 from that.
And bonus action. Oh hey, I don't know how bards work. Can I use this candy on damage rolls these days? Is that a thing, or is it only spell damage?
It's only, I think it's only spell damage these days.
Okay, cool. Bonus action. Bite.
So notably, the reason that it worked for the Tunnel Fighter but not for the other one is because the Tunnel Fighter attacks are not opportunity attacks. And that is important because it's also why they don't get frozen in place when you tunnel fight them. But it does allow you to attack them without saying them. 28 is good.
Okay, I was
for
just
another
confused because it says you can make opportunity attacks without using the reaction.
Yeah. And then second clause, you can use your reaction to make a melee attack against a creature that moves more weight.
So then I would only have been able to hit one of them.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
I reread the rules of Tunnel Fighter more than any other rule in this game.
Oh my god, me too.
It's
Especially
so-
with
In my last campaign, I had like a Google Doc open that was ice combat because he had like
Yeah.
mounted combatant, tunnel fighter, and his lance, and just like 8 different things going on
Yeah.
that affected how he worked.
And they're all like so intricately based on like weird wordings too. Anyway,
yeah, and especially when you have like sentinel and things with that too, and like
Yeah.
a 15-foot range. It like I confuse myself with Vasu's combat all the time too. Don't worry.
it's all good. We got it sorted out.
Okay.
Anything else, Norda?
Well, that was my
So you
action.
can probably roll back
action.
some damage on 2 of those guys.
Yep, got it.
Actually, Nordo has a whole lot of movement. How far away is this? Is this the door right here?
Yeah, the door is right down here. This orange box.
Yeah, I'm gonna run at least far enough to go out that door. I'll take opportunity attacks if I need to, because I don't know where invisible people are.
All right, you do take 1 slam as you're walking away. So let's do that first. Disadvantage 34 for 25.
Lordy. Yes, that.
As you start to walk away, one of these arms just kind of reaches up and slams you in the back of the shell. You hear this horrendous crack. And it starts to send you towards the door, thankfully. You go flying back. You take another... It's only half rounded down, so that's fine. No extra damage from that. However, there is this bubbling noise as you slam into an invisible wall of force right here.
Well, that was cool. I'll use my movement to walk right back up next. We'll stay there. Another amount of range. I might as well stay out of range. I'll kind of wheel around a little bit, make some space in case there's another AoE.
Cool, cool. Yep, you do see that Nomad is kind of like pressed himself up against that invisible wall as well.
Should have paid more attention to what friend Nomad was doing.
Stanix is going to use her last legendary action. Let's fire it at Mode again. 31 for 24. I think that hits.
Yes, that does, and I'm going to use my reaction to attack her back.
Oh, fuck. What is that?
It's that aura I was saying was useless earlier.
Shit. Yeah, she'll take 9 necrotic at the start of her turn. .24 is good for 14. Alright, on her turn after she takes the bleed damage, she kind of coughs and looks around. She hops to her feet for half of her movement. She takes 1 more point from being on fire. She's just all sorts of fucked up. And she looks to Gale, who even after the heal is still pretty injured, but has these hands kind of at the ready to fight back. Says, "It's just like you to make your problem everyone else's, isn't it?" And as she says that, her hands clap together. You see the 2 fists kind of interlock, these fingers kind of clasp together, and then they begin to rotate in place. And as they do, they start to spin and whir up. And you see this sick, dark green gas begins to roll out from her wrists and spread in a very large radius. I think it'll hit everyone, but let me double check. 30-foot radius. Where here? Oh, God, yeah, that's huge. Okay, everyone in the room. I need a wisdom saving throw. As all of you begin to hear the sounds of kobolds chanting and cackling and laughing, and this heavy draconic breathing. You start to see green eyes that just seem to pop in and out of existence all around you. This clearly hallucinogenic effect. It is a poison and it is a charm.
Can you use rebound points with saves?
Yeah, I think so. Let me go double check real quick. Pretty sure.
Am I in the room?
You are within range. Gas does spread down the stairs.
No.
No.
I've never
yes.
seen it.
You can use a hero point to add a d6, and you can choose to do it after the roll if you want.
Okay. So it's after the roll. Do I need to wait to see? Like, do I get to wait to see what I was supposed to be beating?
It's hard to. It would be hard to tell with a gap. Like with dex saves, you can sometimes tell how hard it is to like dodge something. With a gas, you won't really know until it either works or it doesn't. Most is okay. I'll tell you that. A 28 saves.
We'll just see what happens. I'll hold on to my hero, my rebound point.
Alright. Nordo, save. Ace, fail. Gale, fail. Moat, save. Nomad, fail. Yule, fail. Elise, save. Several of you are afflicted by a much stronger formula. And let me mark all these. Let's see. Unfortunately, 17 fails.
Yeah, I rolled a 17.
The good news, Ace, is that your old condition goes away.
Woo!
As the new, much stronger one takes effect. Alright, I think that was everyone. Let's see, anyone else fail? Ace, Gale, Nomad, you alright. Oh wait, Nordo. Oh wait, you're immune to poison, and so is Vasu. I think.
I got like a 29 anyway.
Oh yeah, you're fine. Okay. That is all that she does. And she does look to Gale, seeing this poison seep into several. Let's see if we can make your friends your problem too. That is the bottom of the round. There is another flash, and Ace, you see several more creatures join the fray.
Boy.
Am I conscious enough to like convey this information, or am I pretty like out of it?
You can at least, like, you can call things out. You can tell that you're being controlled and manipulated, but it just feels like a drunken stupor. Like, you still feel little bits of yourself. So yes, you can call out that there
Gotcha.
is.
I'll try to point out as many as I can. Do I need to make another d6 roll?
Not yet, not till your turn. Sorry, I'm bringing in these.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Next round. There we go. Handful of new guys. Alright, Vasu, first act this round.
I'm just gonna keep beating up Stanix.
She doesn't look good.
Almost there.
22.
22 hits a iron plate. It does not get through. She
That's
throws an
dumb.
arm. 20 also misses.
That's also dumb.
Oh.
I'm gonna kick her.
27. will do
27.
it. That last
Hey.
bit of slashing does
Hey.
get through.
Con save.
God damn it.
I mean, if you're just giving me free key, I gotta spend it, or it doesn't.
18?
Hey, that's his
Yeah.
DC.
Oh,
Balls.
thank God.
I was
So
excited. I was thinking of my DC.
Alright.
Yeah, that'll be it for me.
Alright. Let's go to these guys. A bunch of you are already afflicted. They're just gonna start doing attacks, I think, at this point.
But I'm imagining for flavor purposes that the first time I spend any key on my turn, it's like that fiery arm of Bjarl like flexing and then like attacking for
Absolutely.
me. So Bjarl tries to go for like the Vulcan nerve pinch to stun her, but she's fine. Just dumb, disappointing. Anywho,
All right, here we go. 2 attacks on Toto. 1 attack on Elite. Actually hits for 1. Holy shit. Let's
Are
see.
these disadvantage?
These are at advantage because they're invisible. Unless you have a way to detect invisibility.
I don't think the Mazai does that.
I don't think so. 2 attacks on Vasu. Ooh, crit in 21. For a whopping...
both hit. 3 damage.
3 damage, yeah. Let's see. Nomad is controlled, so this one's actually going to fly over here and also hit Vasu. 22?
Yeah, that also hits for 1 whole damage.
Yeah. And then
These
2,
are all still invisible, right?
They are all invisible, yep. And then 2
Okay.
on Norda. Oh, crit for 2. And that 20 might hit? I don't remember.
20 does hit. That's my AC.
Alright, excellent. So 3 total points of piercing damage. And that brings us to Ace. Ace, you start to feel the last bits of yourself slip from you as this vile poison seeps in. I need you to give me another d6. Oh no, Ace!
Lordy.
That was good last time.
It was real bad.
No, it was bad last time. 6 was good last time.
Ace,
Oh.
I need you to mark somewhere on your sheet, somewhere permanent, that you have 1 stack of Azadira's influence.
Seems bad.
Uh,
Seems fair. Yeah.
and then, hey man, I had this shit ready to go. And then, Ace, you
I call BS on that.
this is not the first time it's happened. And then, Stanix looks at you, Ace, and says, "Good. Why don't you help me out here? Kill Gale. And I need you to throw your hardest shit at Gale."
Okay. And I mean, Gale is the one who did summon Azadirith, so. Do I get everything? Like, do I get my bonus and my full action?
Yeah, like, attack Gale as if you were trying to kill him on this turn.
All right.
Oh, no.
So I'm going to bonus action aim,
Oh no!
and then I'm going to shoot him with a -5 to do more damage.
Excellent. It is disadvantage because he's prone, and minus, and you get +2.
I have
AC.
it.
Oh, you're
okay.
sharpshooter. That's right. You don't. So the cover
Well,
doesn't
he's-
apply here, but he is prone.
I'm not proud.
Okay. Well, I'm
Prone?
aiming,
Oh,
so
he's
it
not
does.
prone. I'm sorry. I'm looking at his injured sprite and thinking
Gotcha.
he's prone. So yeah, just a normal strike. Sorry,
Well, I'm aiming, so
but
it's
with
at
aiming showed advantage.
All
But
right.
then Vasu's next use of disadvantage.
I have my full turn. Can I just not move away?
Not if you aim. Yeah, because aim you
True.
can only do if you don't move.
Yeah, so it cancels out at least.
Yeah, it'll cancel out. It's a straight roll.
Okay.
But that does mean sneak apply. Oh,
Ooh.
lucky!
I've never been so happy to see Ace roll a negative or a nat
Number.
1.
Right?
Oh my god.
That would have hit me even with the 1.
Holy
Actually,
shit.
this one should be at disadvantage. Actually,
Yeah, because that cancels the aim. So
I'll just roll over another one just for the attack.
yeah, just for the attack roll here. So it's 18 or 31. So 18, does 18 hit Gale?
Yeah. My AC 16.
Alright, 31 points of damage.
Does he-
You know what?
Can he use his act? Can you just like free action just move now because I attacked something near him?
Is 18
True.
with sharpshooter already?
Oh, right, it was 13 with sharpshooter, so that's a miss.
Sharpshooter.
Yeah, sharpshooter
Oh
makes
thank
it.
fuck!
Yeah, you're good. You don't have to spend that key or
I
anything.
still have key.
Alright. So that's bonus action and action. Let me read how this works. So you get a stack of influence, and then you obey the verb, then you end your turn. So no, that just ends your turn. You do get another hero point, though. And also, I'm so sorry. But, you know,
That was a shockingly poor attempt to kill Gale.
that was actually a very, that could have gone much worse.
I was going to be dead at the end of that turn.
That'll bring us to Nordo.
Okay. Well, that's bad. Nordo sees a bunch of friends that have some droopy-looking eyes, like they want to listen to these commands. And he sees Ace try to kill Gale, and he sees the culprit, so he's going to run up, even though she's red hot. Try to finish her off. He'll take 2 opportunity attacks. And attack recklessly. God, that's fucking awful.
Oh,
Hey.
thank
Hey,
God.
Candy.
Yeah, 17 does
26.
miss.
They're 23?
23 just hits.
Oh, praise be. It's only 7 damage, but strength save if it's possible to fail 17. I think you said it's not.
It is not.
Cool. Second attack.
Tw 25 does hit for 8 more.
Okay, that's my action. I will use a bonus action to bite.
Is this actually like a using your mouth bite?
I better not. Saw punch.
Granted, is it using your actual body is what I'm getting at. You do see that she is glowing red hot.
It's going to use my body no matter what I do, but I am going to do it either way, so I'll bite because it'll do more damage.
Alright.
I have no way to unarmed strike without using my unarmed person.
Oh! That is a crit for 19. And I'll say with a crit, you are actually able to just get right in through the slot and avoid touching the metal at all. So you don't take the fire damage there.
Oh, beautiful. She takes 1 more stack of bleeding for a total of 4. I'm out of freaking key. So that's the end of my turn.
Alright. At the end of your turn... Boy, she wants to live just a few more turns. I don't...
Do I? Sorry to clarify, do I take the fire damage for attacking with my axe too?
No, it's only bare body contact.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Most of you are fine. Alright. She is going to try to fire desperately at... No, she can't. She has to try to live. She has to try to do that. More gas is going to fire out of her hips. This time it only affects people within 10 feet, and most of you are already mind-controlled, so it doesn't matter. But I need Vasu, Nordo, and Moat to give me wisdom saving throws against a poison charm. Vasu's fine. Nordo's fine. Moat's fine. You're all good. That brings us to Yule and Patches. I need a d6.
It's bad.
She's seen you cast 1 spell and do nothing else. What does she think you can do? She's not smart.
True.
Does she have him use counter charm?
Does she have him use a bonus action to murder her?
The first thing that happens is you hear this voice, and it sounds to come from 2 sources at once. First, this tinny voice from the kobold over the edge of the stairs, but second, from this larger draconic voice that kind of creeps like a chill down the back of your neck. The first thing that she says is, "End this spell." And she commands you to drop your concentration on heat metal. Come, heal me. I must live longer.
Sorry, bitch. You're about to find some news out. Can't be healed by magic, but you just told her to do it, so that'll be what happens.
Yeah, so she doesn't know that, and Yule doesn't know that, so Yule, do whatever you have to do to try to go heal her.
How much health does she have currently?
She looks very low. Scared of that question.
I mean, I guess I'll just have to run over there.
All right. Do you have any way to like jump over the coals, or you're pretty low strength too, right?
Well, she didn't say how to heal her. I just have to heal her, right?
That's true. If you got like healing word or something at range, you could do that.
Yeah, I'll just use healing word.
All
I'm gonna
right.
stay here.
Yeah. Regardless of what you roll, the Crimson Debt does prevent the healing from actually happening. But go ahead and mark off the mana for a healing spell. And that'll bring us to Gale's turn. You also get a hero point because you lost your turn.
What did I do, boss?
Right, you've got it too. Give me a d6. Oh my god, guys.
Lord, guys, get it together.
Let's go home, Gale. Let's go together. Take us there.
Very bad.
Bitch, you chose the wrong person to ask for that.
She thinks you can do it. I don't know if you can do it, but she thinks you can do it. Interpret that however you like. I honest to God don't know if you have any abilities or spells or anything to do this, but that's what she wants you to do, so that's what she says.
That's what she said. Alright. I have one way to do it.
Oh no. Oh shit, that worked.
Shoot her in the face.
Oh boy. Yeah, no, that's legit.
The only spell that I have that does anything close.
Yeah, no, that is legit. That would send her home, and you know that it would send her home. 28 hits. She takes 16 piercing damage. You watch as
27 force down.
her eyes. Oh my god, 30. So that's what, 43 total points of damage.
If she has 50 hit points or fewer.
Yeah, she watches with like anticipation and confusion as you load a special bolt into your gun or however you do it. She's like, yes, good, let's go, let's go, let's go. And then you pull the trigger. There is a blast of energy and a loud cracking noise. And you watch as her eyes roll back, her head slams against the stone floor. And what does she need? She needs a saving throw? Or does it happen
I think
automatically?
she just goes.
If the target is made it to a different plane of existence, they vanish.
Yeah, the attack reduces them to 50 hit points or fewer. He
Uh,
vanished.
Yeah, she vanishes.
And bleeds to death in a demi plane.
Almost certainly.
Well, I don't think it's a demi plane. We're not on her.
Oh,
target's
we're not in our home plane.
so she gets to go somewhere on the material plane and just bleeds to death there.
She goes back to where she came from and dies.
Yeah.
We
Bleed
don't
and
even
burn
get
to
to
death.
loot. Oh
We
no!
just took the bloody
issue
corpse of
is-
this lady back to Ozydirith. That's pretty great, actually.
The issue is that now she's died off screen, so she isn't actually dead.
Correct. She
And
can't
he
be.
can't answer any of my fucking questions.
She's gonna come back as a full robot instead of just a kobold in a robot suit.
Why would...
Here's the thing: they
Why
can't
would-
even heal her. They can't even heal her.
They can't heal her.
Yeah, they can't
She's
heal her
still
because of the bleeds. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to figure out what happens. It's not gonna be good. Okay, let's do it. Alright, so let me think for just a second. Where does she end up? She ends up there. What would they do? For the time being, Gale, that is the end of your turn. Let's move on to...
It's also almost the end of my mana, so...
And he gets a hero point because
you
that
do-
was the way it was turned.
Yep, you do get a hero point. Moat, you're up. You're not under control. You can tell that these invisible things are still here. And also, importantly, you can tell that several of your friends have glowing green eyes and look like they want to possibly hurt you.
Cool. Nothing I can do about that. I guess I don't really have a choice here. I'm going to try to swing on this invisible kobold next to me.
Alright, fire away. That disadvantage because invisible? Oh, it cancels out. That's right. 16 is good, and that is enough. As this thing becomes visible, you see that you have cleaved a winged kobold in two, and each half kind of falls to the ground and begins to sizzle on the stone floor.
All right. Do I have any idea where another one of these invisible guys is?
Yeah,
or
you can hear wing beats just right up here. Oh, right. Thank you for the reminder. I do need you, Gale, and who else failed? It was Vasu?
no, it was,
It was
Yule.
Yule. So Gale,
Ace, Yule, and Gale.
yeah, I need all three of you guys to keep track that you have one stack of Azadios influence.
all right, I will try to take care of this guy then.
That is another one cut down.
Perfect. And then that's action. I will use my bonus action to turn my free mana into sorcery points, and that is it.
All right. At the end of your turn, Elise. Boy, nobody. Yeah, she thinks she needs to kill things. So she's going to try to swing on this one up north. That does kill it, actually. Nice. Oh, she doesn't have... Does she have a way to in-charm? I probably should have looked at that anyway. Anyway, that's her turn for now. That'll bring us to Nomad. Nomad, I need a d6. Hey! Let me double check. I think you're good. The effect ends. You take your turn as normal. You are good.
Great poison in his face, and he just like, no, my will is my own. Thus is the will of Nomad. I can like, is this one invisible?
No, they're all invisible. I just haven't put the markers on the new round. I'll go grab it.
Okay, this will just be on like the nearest one, I suppose. This is a disadvantage.
That is enough to do it.
It's cold. It's, like just
Frozen body clumps or falls to the ground, becomes visible.
float closer to remote.
Oh yes, Gale, absolutely. Inspiration for that.
Since we're doing the new system.
Yeah. I do appreciate the reminder.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right. Anything else, Nomad?
I have no bonus. I'm going to use a bonus action to summon my manifested mind.
Excellent. Good call.
It's free anyway, so.
All right. Go and roll bleed damage. Oh boy.
It's real nasty as it stacks up.
Yeah, that's not good. All right. That'll bring us to the bottom of a round. Nothing can come in because her suit's not here. Oh, actually,
They can go where she is.
someone give me a d6. First person to do it. Oh, nice. Yeah, you guys hear all of the wing beats disappear.
Intriguing.
Um,
Oh yeah, they get summoned to her suit. Beautiful.
Oh.
Fuck. Alright, we need to stay in initiative. There's nothing here, but we do need to stay in initiative until we resolve this poison. So let's
Right.
go through it. Feel free to skip if you don't have any way to help the situation. Otherwise, Vasu, what do you do?
Oh, jeez. I don't know much about charms, or I don't know much about them in or out of character. Some charms like end if you take damage or stuff, right? Like, is that?
Yeah, that's the thing
Or
that
is
is
that
true
only,
of
like-
some charms, yeah.
You've literally seen me shoot
Oof.
Gale and him stay charmed.
Yeah, likewise, you've
That's
seen her
fair.
fire
Or
an explosive
we've
at...
taken damage.
Yeah, she fired an
Okay.
explosive at Ace, and Ace is still charmed.
Okay. Then second question. Is there a way that I can like land a hit, but opt to do like minimal or no damage?
Yeah, you can like pull a punch if you want. If you can intentionally
Okay.
try to do 1 point of damage, yeah.
Okay, then I look over at Ace, and I look over at Gale, and who else is clearly like not themselves right now? They have like very
Yule
clearly
on those
visibly
stairs.
glowing green eyes, right?
Yeah, Yule.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna look over at Ace, and I'm gonna slap him across the face.
You do have disadvantage.
I also have advantage, so it's a 19.
Does cancel out 19?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have to do any. I don't have to try to resist his attacks, do I?
No.
Okay. Then you slap me.
Yeah, I slap for 1
I
point.
slap you. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do as little damage as I can. And I say, snap out of it. Get a hold of yourself. And I'm gonna give me a con save.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea
Sorry,
at all.
I feel like he's the most dangerous one to be possessed right now.
There we go.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, you're stunned, and I'm sorry.
Anything else?
You said Gale and
Yule.
and Yule were
Yep.
also okay.
You have a
Um,
canonical reason to go punch Patches in the face right now. I'm just saying.
But I can't stun both of them by just punching the child. And also, I don't.
Apparently.
But you can try.
Flavor.
Is that how that works?
So
Do
like
they share the same con saves?
Sochi kind of stopped playing right around the time he got this ability, but you've been traveling with Yule and Patches long enough to know that they have some weird spirit bond going on. They do seem to be afflicted by like the same spells, the same magic, stuff like that. They work very seamlessly.
Oh,
God,
to punch
this-
one.
this- This might just be an awful mistake and a big waste of key points, but Vasu doesn't know how poisons and charms works, and it might be something that we need like a restoration spell or something for anyway. So I'm gonna use my second attack to slap Gale. Snap out of it.
Woo!
1 damage, and Gale, I'm so sorry, but give me a con save as well. Oh, you're fine.
Sorry, I'm really good at con saves.
Vasu looks at you and wags a finger disapprovingly, and then he flies over to Patches and slaps him too.
Excellent.
Sorry, I'm afraid of the things that Yule and Patches can do. I don't know. They have a lot of magic and scary things.
Yeah, I mean, are we in the same body right now?
I assume that because you're in combat, you guys are kind of linked. Yeah.
So technically, you're slapping an old woman.
I mean,
Either one. works.
if it matters, I'm more afraid of Yule than I am of Patches.
Excellent. All right, then you slap Yule.
Give me a con save.
That is a good way to imagine. It's just like the
Yeah.
side-to-side, back-to-back slap. One swing, 2 slaps.
Oh God.
Oh man.
Okay. I'm sorry, and I'd fly over here because I'm afraid.
Excellent. All right. That'll
That's
bring
like
us.
a 9th level spell.
So I spent 3 key points and only stunned Ace, and now Gale and Patches are gonna kill me.
All right, Nomad. Do you have any way to contribute? What do you do?
So I've got something for Gale, hopefully.
I might have a thing. Where can I hover up to be able to see all 3 of them?
From anywhere like kind of over here, you'd be able to. Actually, she's poking her head over the stairs because she was trying to heal, so you can see them all from anywhere in the room, basically, as long as you're not
Okay,
like
cool.
behind one of these pillars.
This is gonna suck because of my limited mana. But I do feel like holding them would be important right now.
Is the weird wall of force still there? I guess it was invisible, wasn't it?
Yeah, you'd have to go touch to find out.
Yeah. Well, did it disappear while I was leaning on it? Because I was kind of
That's right. You were leaned against it. It did still seem to be there last you were touching it. Yeah.
unfortunate. This is a 4th level hold person boosted up to 21 DC.
Ooh, dirty.
Some saves on Gale, Ace, and Patches.
There we go. Gale is paralyzed.
Don't I get to? Can't I like choose to just succeed? Because of
Yeah.
you. I mean, I see what you're doing, so I'm gonna do it. But I could.
Yeah, you could succeed very.
I
easily.
want the record to. Oh no. Oh wait, I'm
Yeah,
trying
you-
to fail. Sorry,
you
I'm trying.
succeeded.
I'm trying to fail. Actually, I just rolled out of habit.
Yeah, that's fair.
You're plus 3.
Yeah, none of you are so permanently hostile to Nomad that you would like not realize that he's a friend and that he's trying to help you. So if you want to voluntarily fail, you can voluntarily fail. Dealing her own goddamn will
Not be stopped.
Yep. Listen, no one fails the saves against my 21 DC Wisdom save. It's ridiculous.
You haven't defeated me.
All right. Gale at least does seem to lock up, which is good because he looks. Actually, it's hard to tell what Gale's currently doing. Anyway,
Okay.
anything else?
That's it. I know that Ace and like Gale at least hurt really bad when they hit. I don't know what Patch is gonna do. I'm just gonna go down next to Ace and just put a hand on the shoulder, and he will be fine.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Norda.
All right.
Okay, so Gale is paralyzed and Ace is stunned, right?
I'm paralyzed too. I rolled on accident. I was choosing
Excellent.
to be paralyzed.
So I, Zeke, don't know how this works, and neither does Nordo. The little vial of poison that Gale gave me. And I walk over to Gale and I say, just, you're going to thank me for this later, just drink up the special sauce. And I'm going to give half this torpor to Gale and half to Ace.
I love that Gale also was the one who helped make it.
He gave
The
it to me.
betrayal.
All
Can
right.
I do an insight check on this to see what the hell he's trying to get
Sure.
me? His reaction with Gale and what he's doing.
Yeah, you could give me insight, or you could give me Poisoner's Kit.
I am paralyzed, so I can't open my mouth. So
I'll pry if I need to, not violently or anything, but just make a gap.
The lowest I can roll is a 25.
You can tell that he's not trying to like kill or harm you. He's trying to get things under control.
As you also fail all like strength checks.
I was
You
gonna
can't
say he can, like with you paralyzed, he can pretty much just use an action to administer. I will say, like administering is usually an action to one creature, so you have to choose one of them.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Just because fast
Boy.
hands has got to be good for something.
Right. Oh boy, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I'm gonna just roll die about it. Odds are Ace.
Go to Yule instead because these were fine.
It's Ace.
Alright, hey, give me a con
You're all,
save.
you guys are all picking on little Ace.
It's because you got a
We
big
just don't
fucking
want you to
gun.
murder all of our asses.
We're scared of Ace, like he'll kill all of us.
Yeah.
don't
Alright.
see why.
I'm just gonna geese hiss at you as you try to put it down my throat.
There we go. He's very paralyzed now.
I literally don't know what torpor does, but that happens.
It is paralysis, right? Is that what it is?
I have no
No, it's-
idea.
it causes you to pass out for multiple hours.
Oh shit! Let me go pull this up.
So all
Yeah.
I knew is that Gale told me that it would put Moat to sleep if I gave it to him, so I
Yeah,
tried
you
to put these
felt
guys to
unconscious.
sleep.
See, now I have to wonder.
Unconscious for like 46 hours.
Creature subject to this is a DC 15 poison. One of you, the first person to do it, give me 46.
Oh, that's so bad. That's
no.
so bad.
All right, you watch as Ace. His eyes. Thankfully, the green color is overtaken by just this milky white, and you watch as his whole body goes limp, and he just collapses on the floor.
Okay, and then
Catch him.
I will catch him and like cradle him in my arms and carry him like over in this direction and start trying to like, I don't know, kick at this wall and get the way out of here.
All right, perfect. That'll bring us to 8. So how does this interact? with
Yeah,
that?
am I like gonna have like 1,000 stacks when I wake up?
I'm very curious. Give
Horrible dreams.
Well, let me establish this first, and then I'll go from there. There's no reason that this would like. I mean, it's a poison. It continues to flow through your brain. The torpor doesn't like slow down your blood flow. It's not feign death. I think I need you to give me another d6. Yeah.
Okay. I will argue that your pulse does significantly drop when you do sleep.
That is fair. That's legitimate. I'll give you advantage.
Advantage on the d6?
Yeah, advantage on the d6. Higher is explicitly better for this d6. All right. The torpor just overtakes your bloodstream, and this other poison is kicked out of your system. You are no longer afflicted by that poison. Formula.z.
I get a rebound point.
You do.
You get rebound points for 18 hours.
All right. That
Do I
brings
just
us-
max myself out on it? I'm just kidding, no.
So these guys. Okay, what the fuck do these guys do? They don't. Okay, so they don't know that, and I don't know that. So this is what they all try to do. There's 6 of, or sorry, there's 5, 6. There's 6 of them. Okay. Does your axe prevent stabilization?
My axe. Let me check.
And then follow-up question: can the wounds be closed with a medicine check?
Okay, so as an action, a creature can close the wounds with a DC 17 medicine check.
Okay.
On a success, all wounds are closed. While wounded, a creature can only be healed by spending hit dice, completing the rest of their natural regeneration. Doesn't say anything about stabilizing.
Okay. Oh boy. All right. I will.
He's closed the wound.
I'll make a ruling. And also, Vasu, she was on fire, right?
She was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to
So
know.
one of them has to use a full action to put that out too.
All right. Okay. Noted. Elite. Boy. She's just gonna do a D3, left to right.
Yeah, Nomad is going to say it seems to be some sort of poisonous effect.
Yep. She is gonna go over. She's placing one hand on Yule and one hand on Patches, right on the forehead. There is a flash of energy as she casts Lesser Restoration. And the poison is cleansed. Yule and Patches, you guys are back to normal.
Boo.
And I know, I'm so sorry. Gale, I need a D6. For... go and give me another Wisdom saving throw. You don't have an advantage for any reason, do you?
The miracle that I succeeded on the first one, to be honest.
Alright. We'll do this at random. 1 is Elise, 2 is Nomad, 3 is Mo.
Paralyzed.
You see Elise coming around to cure this poison, and you feel like you should not let that happen, and I need you to attack Elise.
Paralyzed.
Paralyzed.
Oh yeah, you're paralyzed. You can't do shit. Yule and Patrick.
This is the reason for it.
I mean, you ruined my birthday plans. How dare you?
I'm so sorry.
I mean, is there anything I need to do?
You got anything what fixes poisons, Grandma?
Alternatively, you would know that you have some sort of delicious food that helps people fight off the effects of charm. I don't know how you flavored it, but you have counter charm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but who has under 100 hit points?
I
Ace
think all of us
does.
now.
I see.
Do it, you won't.
I mean, you wouldn't be poisoned anymore.
Can't be poisoned if you're dead. Guy touching his head meme.
Technically still can be poisoned while dead. Means you wake up and if you get resurrected, you still have poison in you, I guess.
What spell do I have? That...
It's not a spell. It is a class ability called Counter Charm. And it just gives people advantage on their saves against charm effects.
Gotcha.
But you can flavor it as food if you want.
Sure.
Alright.
It's a bowl of Lucky Charms.
Hey.
I like it. That's real good. Alright. She begins preparing this strange grain cereal with marshmallow in it. And the sugary aroma draws you back.
Well, now you'll never get my Lucky Charms.
Alright, Mo. You got anything?
Yeah, I will just walk up beside. The only one left is Gale, right?
Gale and then Ace is knocked the fuck out with something.
Alright, I'll start with Gale and I'll work my way over to Ace. I'll just walk over to Gale and I'll reach a hand out, put it on his shoulder, and I'm just like, hey, come on, you come too far to let him have you now. And I will put 25 points of lay on hands into Gale and end his.
Alright, that'll do it. The remainder of the poison coursing through Gale's veins is cleansed. Gale returns to normal. That brings us to the top of the new round. Nobody is charmed at this point, so we can drop out of initiative. But Ace is still unconscious.
Yeah, after I get Gale, I walk over to Ace and give him 5 lay on hands and see if I can do that.
That'll do it. 5 points is enough to knock out even the strongest poison in the world. Thanks, 5e.
Then a very high-end concentration on
Yeah.
the paralysis.
As all of you guys begin to come to, you do notice that. Oh no, wait. Yeah, you wouldn't. Okay, excellent. What do you guys want to do? You do see at this point actually that the egg is starting to become opaque. You watch as it's almost like watching it crack in reverse. You watch as pieces are brought up and into place. They kind of snap into where they need to be and then merge with other pieces, bits of this fiery shell, until an entire shape is formed. And then once it's complete, there is kind of this heartbeat that thrums throughout the entire room. And Moat, you can feel it in your chest pounding. But Vaso, to some degree, you can also feel, not so much in your own body, but in this extension of Bjarl, this arm that has become present. You can just feel its strength coursing through you. And then eventually, as this final piece snaps in, there are like 5 to 10 seconds of just blinding white light. No pain, no heat, but just this blinding light. And then when it finally starts to kind of fade away about 10 seconds later, the egg is gone. The fire is still here, but it is just kind of a bowl-shaped pit in the floor.
I'll just walk up and investigate the pit, I guess.
You can give me an investigation check if you want.
I will help him. I can investigate with you.
I'll help you investigate.
I don't need help. I already have advantage.
Perfect.
I would like to take second or third.
Sure, go for it. You're fine.
Pretend this is a secret roll.
Yeah, I'd love to see if I can get secret rolls working in Roll20. It's one of my favorite things from PF2.
I'm interested in this weird magic fire thing. I will tell everything I know to Moat.
Alright, as you guys are looking it over, there's nothing particularly interesting about the recess here. It appears to just be a stone kind of bowl shape that's been carved into the ground, and there's no signs of the egg or anything that was once floating in its place. However, as you're looking around for changes or signs that something has happened, you do notice that in all of the masks that you guys are carrying, the eyes are now lit up, all of them. Just kind of these steady, ever-burning, non-painful, non-hot flames in the centers of each of the eyes of the masks. And you do notice that even even after these temporary effects from this battle subside, Moat and Vasu, that arm continues to remain empowered. It appears to be very powerful. And Moat, you can kind of toggle it on and off as you see fit. But you can kind of just, your eyes continue to burn. These wings are just kind of chilling. You've got visual fire wings whenever you want at any time.
That's the hottest thing that's happened.
Yep.
Excuse you.
It doesn't seem to actually, give you flight or anything. It's more of a visual effect than anything else. But it does seem to be lingering with you, and you can kind of activate it as at will.
A stigma, if you will.
Sure.
I'm gonna get arrested so quick.
There is nothing illegal about being flashy.
I've got horns and fiery wings.
That's not illegal.
I'm gonna get killed so quick.
You also work for the Order, which we think might be evil.
Likewise, Vasu, you can kind of pull it out. You have a little less control of it because it's technically an independent creature, but if you ask Bjarl to pop out, he'll pop those arms out, and you do see that the fire one continues to look just beefier than the rest. You can see that it's got these flaming veins that kind of run down it. It appears to be just a little bit bigger than the other four. It definitely appears empowered. Ace, what's up?
Do I have any recollection of when I first got poisoned, I had visions of Oz, right?
The visions that you had were, there was cackling of kobolds and laughter, and yes, fleeting visions of a dark green scaled dragon. And because you saw his face, or at least an illusion of his face, on the ship battle with Gale several months ago, you would know that it's probably Azadirth, or at least an image of him, yes.
Gotcha. I guess without getting too meta, am I aware of any effect? Am I aware of that, I have these stacks or something on me?
Now that
I don't want to meta talk about it if
Right,
I'm
right,
not
I
really
gotcha.
aware of it.
Now that the poison has been removed, right now, no. You believe that the poison has been removed and there's nothing wrong with you, as far as you know.
Cool. This is gonna be a giant beak. Or did you mean for? I thought you meant for Vasu. What is Nordo's?
Once this campaign is over, I'll show you guys the option that I was given when I chose these jaws, and you will not believe that I didn't take it.
Yeah, both of my other options were insane too.
Everyone who's ever healed me will be so upset when they see the choices I had.
I remember what one of my other ones was, but I forget what the third one was. One of
Yeah,
them would have been Kooky Fun.
One of them would have been mind-blowingly helpful for this entire campaign if I had taken it. Like, just stupid helpful.
Oh man.
But here we
Yeah, I probably could have taken another one. Oh, actually, is it considered to be nighttime here?
Sorry, I was away for just a second. The wall's still there and the poison people are fixed. Is that the gist?
Yes. For the time being, yes. The wall still seems to be there, and the poison people have all been fixed by Elise and Moat.
Right, attack it.
All right, you throw your axe into it, and it just kind of just bounces off of a field of magic.
Does it seem to... I guess there's no way I would know this. Nomad, do you think this is keeping us all in this room? Is there a different part of wall I could break through, you think? I'm real good at breaking down walls.
Can I see the wall with my true sight?
Yes, you would see that there's just kind of a shimmering field of energy. Like a filmy bubble film, almost.
Is it only down here?
Yes, it seems to be in a straight wall across the bottom edge of the room.
I'm gonna hop over here and attack this wall.
Alright, give me an attack roll. Good. Just to see
Nomad.
how it goes over the course of a little bit.
Romad's response to that question.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Was the wall itself is indestructible, but the ceiling, walls around it, and the floor are not.
I can always throw a dispelling arrow at it.
It would not be dispelled by a dispel. It has to be disintegrated.
Okay.
Nord, as you take a swing on this, yeah, okay, give me a roll.
Holding up for Nomad's advice, but it sounds like he's advising exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You start hacking into this thing, and the first hit at least like chips off a little stone. It gives you an indication that you're actually hitting the wall and you are doing a little damage. After maybe 30 seconds or so, you can see that there's a pretty big chunk of stone that has fallen off. You don't know how deep this wall is, but after 30 seconds or so, do you just keep swinging, or do you just keeping at it?
I think so, until we have a better plan. We're just going to try to just like cut a hole at least big enough for like Ace to get out.
All right.
Why don't we walk down to the room with the wall blown out of it?
That's probably a good idea too. Whatever we do, I think we should hurry about it. As long as everybody's up and feeling better. Sorry about that little work. I thought that would calm things down for a minute.
It's probably for the best. I was trying to hurt Gale and Vasu. I don't know if I missed this, but did we see when that wall of force came up?
You would have, with your true sight, you would have seen it while the illusion was giving orders to Varder, Stanix, and Uno. You would have seen it already there. And you actually would have seen that Uno was like pressing her hands against it.
Gotcha. You did say she was like miming. That's right.
Yep.
Oh yeah. That bitch.
All right.
Alright. Should we get back down to where that opening was and see if we can't fly back up top that way?
I think we probably should.
All right.
Did you do what you needed to do, Moat?
I think. Oh yeah, that was sorry. Kind of why I had my hand raised.
Oh right. Yes, hand raise. Sorry, I forget we're still in initiative.
No, you're good.
So is that your question? Just like, do you feel if you?
A couple. Are the ghosts around? The ones that like followed us up?
They are not. They've been kind of following behind you. And when you were shoved in, you would have seen that they each kind of like gave a little smile and stepped in immediately after.
Okay, that was the big thing. I was gonna ask one of them if they like needed to touch it too, but it's gone now.
Yeah. Should have mentioned that. There was a lot going on.
Yeah, you're good. No biggie. So as long as I'm pretty confident that we did what we came to do, I want to walk over to the lava and like or the coals, or if I like put my hand near it, does it feel like I'm still immune to fire damage?
It definitely hurts unless you have some class
Okay.
ability that I don't know about.
Nope.
Yeah,
I was just seeing what all persisted and what didn't.
it does seem fire bad still.
Okay. Nope. That's pretty much it.
Give me a charisma check though.
Ooh.
Had temporary fire immunity.
You do at least feel some sort of the time in the cave when you and Vasu worked together to lava bend, basically. You feel inklings of that, and you feel like it could probably come a little more naturally, especially with Vasu nearby.
Nice.
What's this mean, Moat? Where's the Phoenix?
Well, I was hoping to ask some questions before the egg disappeared or I touched it, but I think we did it. Maybe we should just, focus on getting out of here first, and then if everything's okay, maybe pop back in and ask if everything's good before.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Unless we have time for me to slip into the book room and see if maybe we can find. I couldn't touch anything earlier because I was made of fire, but maybe I can find something hidden in there, some type of book that might have answers.
Yeah, I think maybe heading back out and in through the front, unless you think I can kick this wall hard enough to knock it down.
Judge boy, what Nomad said. Unless you have disintegrating legs, I doubt it.
No, that I don't.
This is true.
It is about this time, after maybe 3.5 minutes of conversation. Ace, you watch as whoop, the wall disappears.
Oh, actually, the wall's gone. You did it, Moat. You did it.
I just lost that.
Oh my god, my legs really can disintegrate shit.
I'm gonna peek out the door with and try to see if there's anyone out there before just opening it up.
Sure, before we do that, Nomad, what's up?
Oh, I wanted to try on the mask to see if something happens.
Sure. You kind of press the... anyone in particular? Or is it just kind of grabbing one at random?
The purple one, if there's a purple one, I guess. Whichever one I was holding.
You grab the purpliest one. And it's weird. There's a little bit of like this, hey, you should not do this, as you bring it close to your face, and the eyes are literally like little balls of fire that are giving off just little wicks of flame. But there's no heat as you bring it closer, and you test it with your hand first, and it doesn't seem to hurt. And as you press the mask to your face, nothing magical happens. It doesn't snap on. You don't feel more powerful. But it is bizarre, like you're watching the entire world through fire, as if it's all aflame.
Carries it. Turns into the mask.
And notably, let me double check which one is purple real quick.
Yeah. Which one is Old Lady Mask? The oldest, craziest.
That one is, I think that is the purple one, actually. I'm checking.
The one I was aiming for.
Yeah,
It
full of
is.
nothing.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll always be with you at least a little bit.
I know. You and 1 million other minds. He's just gonna wear the mask on the back of his head, kind of.
You're
Like
different.
how I scare away tigers.
You know that, right? You're weird.
Every moment, I know I am different.
You and I are probably a little more alike than we are different, because we're so different.
This is what we call a false positive?
Is it?
Or am I thinking of something else?
Are you sure? Because
No.
the way I see it, we're both just crazies, right? I can't go to my home. You can't go to yours.
My home is where my family is.
Oh,
He looks over at Ace.
that's sweet. My home is past 3 planets.
Perhaps we'll see it one day.
Every night if you look at the sky.
I'll make sure to look out for yours.
Alright. Ace, as you poke your head out, give me a perception check.
Hold on, he's AFK for a second.
Gotcha. Then Nordo, it did go up, and I believe it has been updated on the crafting thing. Let me go jump over.
Just curious for putting one of these masks on eventually. 27, that's so much.
You guys are.
Cram some more redstones into my thing to do more bleed damage too.
You want more bleed?
Of course I do.
I can help with crafting too. I have a
What do I
plus
want,
12
less
finally.
bleed?
I was gonna say you guys finally have one more person to get through the backlog of crafting. As you poke your head out and you look and you listen, you don't see or hear anything. Actually, you don't see anything immediately. You do hear faintly and way off in the distance, coming from kind of the busted wall that you know is down here in this bottom left area, and I'll just reveal it. So a sound that seems to be coming from kind of over here or from beyond it. Just higher pitched draconic whelps and little rumbles, like smaller dragons or drakes, possibly.
Gotcha. I will replicate that exact noise to Gale and Vasu so they can translate it.
Yeah. With the 34, you're able to mimic it perfectly. You can tell it's not actually it's draconic in the animal sense of the word. It's
Gotcha.
It's not actually spoken language. But with the 34, you can also tell that it seems to just be like two, just kind of at rest somewhere out there.
Gotcha. And also, I don't know why I didn't do this 1,000 years ago. I'm going to ping for humanoids.
All right. You spend a moment in focus, trying to attune to the plane around you to see if you can connect with any humanoid. And you give me 60-20.
60-20?
Uh-huh.
Ooh.
Scared of this.
Ooh, I got a critical. Success and failure. Is it 58,000?
You do not get any ping from anyone except for you and your party.
Well,
Ruh-roh.
I don't sense the druids anymore. Or anyone. Well, except for us.
We should probably move then, right? Walnut was just right in front of
Yeah.
us.
Also, it sounds like there's some dragonish creatures that way. Maybe, but like drakes or something smaller.
Do you want to sneak ahead, let Lork see if you can get a better look at things like you did for this last stream?
Yeah, I should be able to do that. Give me a second. I'll tuck it back in here and.
All right.
And
give me stealth.
I assume it's not dark.
Correct.
All right, the lowest I can roll is a 26.
Cool. With the 36, you kind of remember that once you reach the space of this place, you can kind of float, and floating is basically silent. So you tiptoe your your way over to the edge here, and then you just kind of take a leap of faith and begin floating silently, with no gravity, to poke your head around. And you're able to take a good look outside. And outside, on the original island where you guys had come in and where the druids set up their grove, you see, first of all, the grove is still there. You see that there is kind of just this makeshift temporary little pond and a bunch of plants that have grown around it sporadically. But you do see that there are two large felled treants that have been, they look like a well-used cat scratching post at this point. Large claw mark. You do see that a couple of their like log-like arms are being chewed on by two dark green scaled dragon drakes. Very young. You imagine probably not a significant threat to you. It looks like they were left to just kind of watch maybe, or even left behind for some reason. Give me a perception check though. You do notice that one of them has a rather large purple stone embedded into its shoulder. And you can see that there's kind of a festering wound around that shoulder blade where it is not quite set correctly. You can also see with a 34 two dead bodies. One of them is, with a 34, you're able to tell that it is the orc. He's kind of just slumped against a tree. It looks like he bled profusely from around the neck and into his armor and his robes and his cloak. And the other, double checking. Probably should have my notes up first. Is Jin, the human male. You can see
That's
that
the one I
he,
gave 5 gold to.
I think that is the one you gave 5 gold to, yes. And he,
Yeah, I will get that back.
he appears to be missing a leg. And heavily wounded. To the point of death. No sign of Varder, no sign of Silverwind, and no sign of Valna.
How far away is this?
About 60 feet.
Oh, that's really close. Okay. You said there's just the 2 baby thingies? All
Yep.
right.
They're about the size of like the wyverns that you guys fought out on the tower.
Whenever I receive a radio signal from Nomad, I will convey all that information. Which I'm assuming happened like the moment I left the door. We just had constant communication.
Yeah.
Yes, how are things?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. But looks like the orc and the human druid did not quite make it. One looks like it had a throat ripped out, one lost a leg. I see 2 draconic creatures. One of them has is it purple?
Yes.
Purple still stone embedded in its shoulder. It looks like it hasn't quite set completely in. It looks like it's still festering. I think we should be able to take them pretty easily. Maybe check the bodies for clues. Maybe see what kind of struggle happened here.
Understood. I will relay this message to everyone else.
All right, I'll have my bow at the ready in case they do anything. Real quick, does this room seem like it's dark? Do I see any place that there's actually just darkness?
Yes, you can tell that this room is actually very dark.
But not here. But like only over
yeah,
here.
there's a little dim light kind of in this area where
Okay. I was just thinking if there was like a pocket of darkness I could sit in here and be invisible.
you
but-
could like tuck yourself into this corner. There's enough darkness here that you could slip into the
And I
room.
could still like sharpshoot.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, I'll stand over here right now. I'll go through the door, wait for everyone to come back out.
So you think Barter turned against the rest of the druids? Because he was with this dragon, right? He was one of the ones what he was talking to earlier, you said?
Yes, Varder was, or at least it looked like Varder. But that Kinku was with them too. Something brought Varder back, right?
He wasn't real clear on it. Friend Nomad said that he...
The power of the stars or some bullshit, right?
Based on what we spoke about, they were trying to bring him back with a ritual already, right? They were having trouble with it.
If I remember correctly, as Lore Keeper, because I used to write the session logs.
I love that we're already on used to after missing one.
He died when we killed him, and he was trying to make his way back to a body that was prepared for him, is all he said to us specifically, but was hammered by the Crosswinds. So I don't know if that was like he had a clone, or if they were trying to revivify him, or what. But that's all we really know.
But this body had the scar on the neck.
Right, and it was blind too, right?
Yeah, because there's always a price, right?
He was not super blind, he could still cast spells.
Did he cast any spells? I don't think he did.
Useless druid otherwise.
I mean, not all spells need sight.
A good majority of them.
True. All right. Well, I saw a pocket right there. I could kind of duck inside and kind of sip some cover with some arrows. I'd kind of stay away from the fight. Might be good for me to kind of, stay away from people during fights.
I guess what's our angle here? Are we just trying to get out of this place? Do we want to?
Yeah, but I figured. Oh, I guess I can go look at the library first. But I figured we'd want to get rid of those drakes so we can investigate the bodies and have them not report back that we're on our way.
Before that, are our objectives here complete?
I did want to. Sorry, Mo.
No, go for it. I was just going to say, in response to Nomad, I want to pop into at least the mask room and see if I can talk to anyone.
Yeah, and I was going to pop over into. I mean, while you do that, I can run over to or sneak over to the book room and see if I can find anything.
All right. As you guys are carefully exploring this place, you're able to determine that there's nothing else in this building, and you kind of have your lay of it, as long as you don't do anything super noisy, because there are the drakes kind of waiting outside.
Okay, so I'll put all my dynamite away.
Probably why.
Yeah. Other than that, shall we plan to take on the drakes? Not Drake, not attack Drake. Take on the drakes. Take what we can from the druid thing, the druid grove.
Yeah, maybe
And-
find out where they went.
Yeah, it'd be good for you to investigate that place. You're really good at that. And then head to the portal back home, right?
I think
Yeah,
that's
I
the idea.
I need
Yeah.
to get back to Lee as quick as I can. I'm sure you all got people you want to talk to. We need to figure out what our next step is after we. I guess one thing at a time. Let's just get out of this place. But
Yes, we have to keep an eye on things that might be watching us, lest we draw them to the people we love.
Yeah, I mean, I can see if someone tries to scry, like when someone, I mean, do you think that scrying earlier was the dragon?
It's
I meant-
possible.
I meant to ask Gail. It seemed like you knew that person. Who was that?
It was one of my sisters.
My condolences.
Thanks.
Yeah. Moat's question, in fact, who was told to find the loved ones and who was told to find our enemies?
He's dead.
Rest in peace.
If I remember correctly, Uno was on loved one duty.
Well, it's hard
Carter was on. I don't know. I didn't write the session log. Who
I
knows?
was gonna say it's hard to trust you now that you're no longer the
I know.
Warkeeper.
I know.
Sorry, Sochi was asking some question. One of you can give me an intelligence check to try to remember what was.
It happened like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, yep.
2 days.
You said intelligence.
Yep.
Okay, unskilled.
Mm. Go Ace. Much better.
I'm next to. Oh, it doesn't count if it's next to me. Never mind.
It's a save.
14 is enough. It was literally like 5 minutes ago. You would remember that Uno was assigned to go find out who your friends are, and Varder was assigned to find out who your enemies are.
He's just gonna be finding himself.
Finding Anton, finding Delicacy, and whoever took her.
The fast food people gonna get together. It's finally time.
It's finally time to go fuck with fast food people.
Keep suspicions off of him.
What fast food thing is Oz?
I don't think he is.
We have a
So fair.
theme.
Yeah, but I think that I don't.
I think it's only Patch's villains that are fast food.
Mm.
I'm gonna go investigate. For the
Yes, go and give me
library.
an investigation check, Ace, to see if you can find anything new or interesting in there now that you can touch
Yeah.
stuff.
I'm gonna see if maybe even someone like maybe hid stuff inside, like maybe there's like a secret drawer or something.
Yeah, absolutely. You take a very, very thorough look through here. And you don't turn anything up for a very long time. It's probably just 14 or 15 minutes of sort of sifting through things you've already seen, but weren't able to touch before. Charred books, those old the books that you're able to pry open and kind of draw in. You can tell that those have been reset. The paintings have been removed. You would need to redraw the symbols if you wanted to read from them again. And you're just about to say that you've kind of completed everything and given up. When you do notice, about 7 rows up, at the end of a pile of burnt ashen books that are all just completely burnt away and unreadable, there is one brand new book. And you have to like either get some help or prop a ladder up to go get to it. But it stands out because all of the books around it leading up to it are just completely charred black. But this one is totally fresh and new. It looks like it was just printed weeks ago. It seems to be in mint condition.
Okay, I'll just get the ladder up and go get the book.
All right. As you look at the front of it, you can see that there is emblazoned, kind of embossed on the front cover of it, 5 rings in a pattern that looks very familiar to you. It looks like Moat's holy symbol, and a name on the binder of it, Militum Solomar.
I walk out here and I just throw it in the fire. No, I'll walk it over here. Hey, Moat.
Yes.
All right, I turned the room completely upside down, and I only found one thing, but look at it. Then I hold the book up. It's your book.
I take it out of and try to read.
All right. You flip it open and you find that it's almost entirely blank.
Damn, just like I knew it would be.
Except for the very, very first page, which reads in, it's probably a little bit more fancy and well written than what I'm going to do, but I'll do it off the cuff. Something along the lines of, he returned to the battle as quickly as he could, knowing that his friends were in trouble. And then it kind of describes what happened in the fight. It talks about how afterwards you used your power to cleanse the poison that was tainting all of your friends' minds. And then he set off into the room of masks to see if he could learn anything else that might help with his journey.
Perhaps we should keep on to it so that our enemies may not have it and learn of our location.
Should we take it out of here?
If we leave it here, it can either be destroyed, it can be taken. Maybe we should bring it to the Kuatoa and the Kobold. It is their job to be keepers.
Yeah,
but I'm more afraid of it falling into someone else's hands. They literally have everything that you're doing.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I don't even know if we can take it out of here, but it's worth a try. At least giving it back to the keepers.
Think of a number.
Oh shit, I just forgot every number. You can't put me on the spot like that.
He realized the book was updating in real time and began to think gibberish, curious to see whether it showed on the pages. It did not.
This book forever speaks in Arrested Development narrator voice now.
Boy, I sure do love Ozymandias. Would sure love to definitely be his friend.
He continued to speak gibberish and think of random things, but quickly discovered that most of his actions weren't being recounted in the book.
Fuck, that's not gonna work.
Yeah, it seems it has to be something major, not just, playing with the book.
Thinking gibberish is major.
Yeah.
Are the glowing weapons still in this hall?
As
Yeah,
I head into the mask room at some point.
you do. You can see that they are all here. The masks kind of just tug gently in the direction of their pedestals, but not so hard that you lose control of them or anything.
Is there either a new pedestal lit up or an old pedestal that has gone out?
Nothing has changed in this room.
I guess I'll just turn to one of the masks that we took. So, was that, did I do it?
Anyone in particular? Or just any of them?
Let's just go with the crazy old lady. Actually, let's do the calm lady from the last room.
Yes. We have done what we needed to do. Most of our souls will stay behind, and with the Phoenix, as it is born back into the world material, we will travel with it. You will travel separately as the Avatar. In the meantime, we've left these small portions of our souls with you and with the masks to lend you some of our power if needed. When you're done with us, or if you ever abandon your duty, we'll return to this place to rest.
So how does the book work? It just keeps up with me? Can we take them out of here?
The book? And some... Let's see, who would it be? It definitely would have been. Okay. Ludwig at this point kind of chimes in. Oh, that spy book. I damn near threw mine away. The whole thing is just keeping notes on me. I don't like it. I don't trust it. But yeah, it recounts some of the things that you do. I was going to look through everyone else's, but I don't like invading people's personal space. It's a violation of privacy.
It's very mature of you. But can we take it out of here?
I don't know. I've never tried. You go try it. You're a man
What
of
did you do
science.
with What did you do with your book?
You're a man of science.
I put it back. I know better than to mess with strange artifacts that I don't know how they work.
But then you're okay with us you know what? That makes sense.
I don't know better.
You want me to do it, Moat? I mean, you're kind of important. I'm just a tiny bird with a big bow.
Don't say that. You're important too. I'll take it out.
All right. You kind of take it with you, and it's still fine. You go all the way like outside of the temple.
I think that's
Well, hold on, Moat. We still kind of want to keep the surprise on these Dracoviches or whatever they're called.
Yeah, that's fair. Can I... Boy, what does Moat do? I'm going to stop right here.
All right.
Put the book on the ground, and I'm going to try to gently kick it out the front door.
You kick it out, and there's kind of a little bit of dust. And it kind of slides out the door and along the ground for a little bit. I guess give me a stealth check with advantage, because you're being very careful in doing minimal stuff.
So a straight roll. With my terrible dex. Let's go. Yep. Oh, wait. That would have... Yeah, sorry, I have disadvantage built in. Let's try again.
For what it's worth, when he does that, I'm going to run to my hiding spot to get ready to shoot.
All right, as you go to the hiding spot, Moat, you don't really notice anything. No flapping of wings, no drake screeches as they spot you or anything. Ace, though, you do notice that one of the drakes kind of looks over his shoulder at the little bit of dust that has been kicked up and the scooting of the book across the ground. And it kind of just like looks a little bit curious over in that direction. Later, Yule. Happy birthday.
Goodbye.
Thanks, Yule.
Bye. I'll be back again because I took a spell that I really want to use. And I didn't get to because someone ruined it.
Looking forward to it.
But it's going to be really fun.
Can't wait.
Real quick, Nomad, what's up?
Oh, just I go into the room with all the books in it that filled up after we cast spells on them.
Sure.
I collect all of them and the blank one to return to the keepers.
Okay, excellent. Good call.
Because I remember we told them we would bring them back
Yes.
records of their past.
All right,
And this seems to be what we're looking for.
perfect.
And that's all.
Nordo.
This is just a super duper minor thing too, but when I was like trying to carve a hole in the wall of this place, did that produce any like little chunks of stone from this
Absolutely.
place?
Yeah.
Cool. I'd like to just gather some of those and bring them with me.
Yep, for sure. You got a bunch of rocks.
Thanks.
Or specifically stone from the building.
Should I go ahead and just like pew pew these little dragon boys?
It's just two of them, you said? They look pretty
Yeah, one of them has a steel stone embedded in it, but I could probably kill it.
Do you have any sort of telepathic link with everybody currently?
I have Nomad.
Okay, you're kind of got a relay going. You do notice, like with some latency, because you got to go through Nomad to get to everybody else. One of the drakes seemed to notice some noise and is curiously starting to like just slowly walk over in that direction.
Okay, we have movement. One of them is heading Is it in their direction?
Yeah, kind of over towards the front of the temple.
It's heading in your direction, guys.
Heading our direction. Oh, I will tell.
Slowly.
Should I go ahead? Should I just go shoot it? Should I shoot it?
Shoot it.
I'll shoot
Um,
it.
All right.
Make sure you're safe first.
Yeah, I'm going to be hiding in darkness so they can't see me.
Give me a stealth check. Or did you already? You
I
have
can
another-
I can
yeah, go
I
ahead,
can
give me
roll you another one.
Yep.
The lowest can be is a 26.
Okay. They're surprised. Go and give me an attack roll or a round of attacks if you want.
And I'm going to be doing the -5 for a +10.
Excellent. Even after that, you're still invisible, so you still have advantage.
Same for this one, -5 for a +10.
Yep.
So that would be
First
40
one
on the
sinks
first
in.
one.
You see, oh my god, 40? Actually, the 40 is enough to drop the first one. You see the other one, like, suddenly jumps up into action, realizing that there's danger. Another arrow rockets out for 6 points of damage on that one.
It should be 16.
Right, 16 because of the +10. He's still up. Go and give me an initiative roll real quick.
I have one more attack.
Oh, right, you do. Shit.
Same thing for this one.
So as soon as they screeches, I'll run out.
20 damage for if a 23 hits.
That is enough, and that one drops. You can see, almost instinctually, as it was alerted, you watched as the purple crystal on that one starts to like flicker for a moment, like he's gearing up. It looks like he was trying to use some sort of magic or something. But you fire an arrow, and it sinks in through the crystal into his heart, and the drake drops dead. And with that, the two of them have been dispatched.
All right, and with that, I'm just gonna scurry.
Are they still coming?
That's it.
Oh, you dealt with them.
Yeah, they're both dead.
Nomads relays the rest of this. He's asking, are they still coming our direction?
Actually, I can just go this way.
Never mind, friends.
Oh.
Ace has defeated them single-handedly.
Work the Lord.
Thanks. I'm just gonna float out this way then. Take a peek out. And then just work my way that way. Take a shortcut.
All right, easy enough to be able to
so-
get back over to the kind of Druid Grove and reunite with your friends.
I reckon we ought to check in with the keepers, let them know what's happened here, let them try to work on tidying this place up or whatever, and
Yeah.
get back to home however we're going to do it.
Do you guys were kind of in touch with elements? Does it feel like it's stabilizing?
Is it just looking around, is the ground still doing the weird shifty, changing to other elements sort of thing?
It definitely is. You can give me a wisdom check, and actually, boss, you can give me a wisdom check with advantage.
Appropriate.
Looks the same to you, Nordo.
Did we lose Vasu?
He's dead.
He might be dead. Maybe dead.
We'll never know.
I'll roll it real quick. When Vasu kind of chimes in, he's able to say that it's always going to be limbo. It's always going to be like this. But Bureau kind of says, yeah, I feel some of the control coming back to me. There's still some work to be done, children to be gathered. I don't know if I'll ever be able to return this place fully into the realm of fire, but perhaps, if I'm fully restored and given some time, I can undo the damage that's been done.
Okay. Well, as long as it's getting better, it's a good sign. Sounds like we did good, Moat.
Yeah, I mean, I knew we did good. Was that
I
a
know.
question?
I question everything. It's my
That's fair.
job.
That's fair. I appreciate that about you. But thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yes, time to investigate the scene of the crime and find out roughly how they died, if it looks like they were turned on by the other druids, if the other druids were dragged away, that kind of stuff.
Alright. Give me survival or investigation, either one.
You know which one I'm gonna choose.
I had a rough idea.
Real good.
Alright, looking things over, there's definitely signs of a conflict. You can see that there are several impacts very similar to the kind of force blasts that were used against you in the battle just now with Stanek. It looks like he was part of this combat, almost certainly. You can see that the druids were killed by a combination of that, and you also see bites and scratches, probably from these two little drakes. You do also see evidence that some spells were cast, and you find a couple of dead skeletons. But they're armored and wielding weapons. They look like they were probably reanimated skeletons at one point. They look like, you know, monster skeletons.
Kind of
not
like
skeletons.
kind of like what Uno was doing before.
Yeah, it does look like that. A couple of things stand out to you as noteworthy. First of all, there's no sign of Silverwind or Volna whatsoever. Although you do see signs that they had been here. You see, you know, their footprints. You know roughly their shoe sizes, or what to look for in that regard. At least you can tell that they were both here. And you can tell that Volna's were pretty recent. Like she had just come up to kind of talk with them.
Any idea of which direction their footprints go off to?
Yeah, 32. It's bizarre. At several points, they leave and then return. Almost like they had kind of lifted off of this rock and done some weird floaty stuff, and then come back down to fight some more, and then lift it off again. It makes it very, very difficult to tell where they went or if they like left this place at some point. What you can say definitively with the 32 is there are never any points where the footsteps just like disappear without explanation. There's always like a heavier footprint where it looks like they jumped off and started, you know, flying around because it's limbo. There doesn't seem to be any sort of sign that they like blinked out or teleported all of a sudden. Is the best that you're able to put together with the 32. However, as you're looking through all of that, to another piece of information kind of stands out to you with the 32. You see no footprints at all for Varder or Uno or Stanek. And Stanek's was a big fucking heavy mech suit kobold thing that should have left some prints.
Perhaps they went on a different way.
Did he find signs of him fighting out here?
Yes, definitely. 100%. You saw impact blast that matched the ones from the weird cannon thing he was using. Notably, you also don't see tracks for the two drakes. Even, like, except for the, like, just now, when you see recent ones, but none from the battle.
A pass without trace.
That's not trace, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
That would make sense.
I guess Nordo would notice that. He's good at
I
survival.
have it. I've used it first before.
Yeah.
Well,
So they snuck up on them, took them
that's how
out.
they got the jump on him.
But
Didn't need too
Varder's
much
prints
jump.
aren't here either, which means that Varder must have left the group to possibly group up with the others and lead them here.
He was a traitor.
But why weren't? It just seems weird that the others just let him be. But we have no
Trust.
sign of Varder, or we have no sign of what happened to Volna or the big lady.
Ali Unahana Silverwand.
Yes. They have footprints here, but not from the battle. It's hard to really tell which direction they may have gone. I assume they have left. I mean, there's no humans within 5 miles of us. So, I guess we could loot the bodies.
Yeah, I did give this guy 5 gold. Looks like he is not going to use it.
You do find that everything is still there. The gold has not been taken. Actually, that's not entirely true. You would find 2
He
of them.
took my gold.
No, you find all 5 pieces. 3 of them are in the in his coin purse. 2 of them are just kind of sitting over in here in the dirt, surrounded by little dragon claws. It looks like he found 2 gold pieces and was playing with gold pieces while he was just chilling out. But you do find them. You find a handful of druid foci. You find robes. You find rations. Ooh, what else? Is there anything valuable?
I don't know if they have like valuable material components. Depends on their spell lists, I guess.
Double checking. Yes, actually, give me a luck check.
Is that with D20? With D100?
A D20. And give me a D4. Ace, at one point during this very, very thorough investigation, finds scattered among all of the signs of battle and some of the belongings that have been kind of like stamped around or flung about in the midst of all this chaos. At first, it just looks like maybe just a gleaming, shiny rock, or even a stillstone or something, but eventually you're able to kind of get to it and dig it up, and you find that it is an agate, and a very, very nice, large one at that. You can write down...
An agate?
Agate? Agate? I don't know how it's pronounced.
I think it's agate.
Agate? An agate.
I think it's yeah.
A big, shiny gem jewel thing, an agate.
Oh, okay.
And you can mark in your inventory if you want that it's worth 1,000 gold.
I'll put it in party loot. I can go put it in the party loot too.
How's the realm looking now? Is it still shifting and weird, or did the Phoenix thing fix it?
Looking around, it appears to be the same. And Vasu kind of mentioned as we were coming out that Beryl gets the sense that if he's fully restored to power, he might be able to get things back to normal, maybe. The issue, Beryl explains through Vasu, is like this isn't even the plane of fire anymore. What's happened is Limbo has leaked in when the elements were shattered, and he thinks that he could probably push Limbo back out and restore this to the true plane of fire at some point. But it doesn't look immediately better now.
Gotcha. Can I, with Vasu's help, just to like experiment, I know I can't do this on my own, have Vasu try to like using Beryl push Limbo out while I try to like pull the plane of fire in? I know you said that we had like a weird, stronger connection thing going on.
You're definitely feeling inklings of some new power that you haven't had before. I guess go ahead and give me a charisma check.
I want to see what happens.
Yeah. And Vasu, if you're back, give me a wisdom check. Otherwise, I'll do it for him.
Can the guidance while you're doing that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, never mind. Don't have guidance.
You guys should have done this during the battle. That way you guys would have had advantage on it.
Who knows? Yeah.
All right. As you guys kind of work together and focus some of your energy, you find yourselves almost magnetically drawn towards a particular area that seems to frequently flash into flames, kind of like this long vein of fire up here. And you realize that you feel a stronger connection to it. It feels like that is closer to being part of the plane of fire. It seems to almost be like leaking in there a little. And you begin to kind of focus and close your eyes and see if you can connect with it. And with some exertion and a little bit of kind of cooperation, you see that Beryl even kind of adds his arm to the mix and begins to pull with the hand. You are able to kind of make a little, like a sphere, maybe 5 or 6 feet in diameter, of a constant burning flame that doesn't flicker in and out. It doesn't waver. It seems to fight against all of this limbo, and it remains stable and steady. And as soon as you kind of release your concentration on it, it drops once more. The idea of trying to like fix this entire plane feels incredibly daunting, but you are able to stabilize like a small region within it.
It is possible.
Yeah, that's good.
Is there like a obvious portal out of this place?
The one we came
We got
in.
in here.
Double checking the thing.
3 months.
I was going to say, I'm literally going through the notes to look that up
There
myself.
had been when we arrived here.
Yeah, we came
Oh,
through
there
one, and it
still
was
is.
kind of like flickery, wasn't it?
Yep.
Wasn't like it didn't look super.
Digging through notes. Did you guys take any long rests? It's still the same day, right?
Yeah.
we took a
short
real
rest.
short rest in here.
You took a, or right, you did sleep one
I've
night
taken
here.
2
Oh, that's
short
right.
rests.
You did because Gale. That was the scry night. That's right.
Shit, if they would have if they took the snake, we could be locked in here, guys.
Let us hope we aren't locked in here.
Well,
As you kind of walk around to the backside of this thing, you do see that there is still a faint sliver of energy that runs about 6 feet. Just a tear in space, and looking through, you can see heat and fire and sulfur. It appears to be the top of the volcano once more. It is thin. It's probably only about 3 inches wide at its widest point, but it is still there.
This thing don't look quite as good as it did when we got here. I don't know if we got a whole lot of time, folks.
We should head out.
I think so. I know there's still a lot we'd like to do here, but I think we got more pressing matters to attend.
Yeah. Also, would you like me to contact Valna or Silverwind? I have enough mana for ascending.
I think it's a good idea.
you can always wait until we get outside, maybe. Isn't it more
Get to the
difficult to
ship.
do it from other planes?
It depends on where they are.
True. Well, they're not within 5 miles of us right now.
They might be in another plane. Outside, perhaps.
Let's start heading towards the portal.
Let's get going.
All right. As you walk up to it, and when you kind of press your fingers towards it, as soon as you make contact, your whole body begins to glow and is sucked in just an instant. And whoever goes first, you find yourself immediately engulfed in overwhelming heat. Literally the pit of a volcano. If you don't have some way to...
We should probably have Flick go out and bring his boat out of his bottles with its little force field again.
That's probably wise.
All right, Flick will take the lead then. He hops out real quick and kind of fumbling in the exhausting heat. He takes a little fire damage that he'll be able to heal up.
He's
overnight.
resistant too.
And he's resistant to it. He's probably a very good candidate for this. He pops the ship out, and then you guys kind of wait 10 or 15 seconds for him to do all that. And when the rest of you emerge, you do find yourself within the comforting cool of the protective bubble generated by that ship. And looking around, you notice some things. Not a ton, actually, but you do notice some things. Boop, 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 boop. The first thing is that maybe a minute or two after you all get out, there's a little bit of a tremor. And then 5 minutes later, there's another one. And then 10 minutes later, there's another one. Faint. Not nearly as strong as like a full-on earthquake, but definitely like the earth is trembling a little bit. There is some sort of a small earthquake or the aftershocks of an earthquake happening. And that one takes a little time for you to notice because it happens a few times over the next half hour or so until eventually it dies out and they stop happening. But one of the things that you notice almost immediately is all across the surface of this pit of magma in the caldera, there is this bizarre yellow foam that is gathered like soap suds on the top of a pot that you're washing. And they kind of drift around in different ways. It doesn't cover everything all the way. It's not like a bubble bath, but it's more just like little patches here and there, especially around the edges where it is accumulated. And you can also see that there are a little ways down the hill, or down the volcano, geysers, geysers of this bizarre yellow gas that occasionally just burst out, like hot springs or like Yellowstone. And they shoot these plumes of yellow gas, maybe 15 or 20 feet in the air, for a second or two at a time, and then they die down. And all of this yellow dust kind of falls back down to the rock and coats the stone around it. And some of it gets kind of swept up in the magma, and some of it just lingers on the rock where it's not touched. But you can just see these weird geysers of yellow gas that leaves a powder behind, all the way down the volcano.
Anybody know what that is? Gale?
Yeah.
Perhaps we
Do we know?
Perhaps we resurrected the volcano when we resurrected the phoenix.
We
What's
should
that
try and
yellow
leave.
stuff?
Anybody who wants can jump in on this. History would be applicable. Alchemist tools would be applicable. Trying to think if anything else would really apply here. It's mostly going to be like alchemy, history. I could maybe see an argument for just like tinker's tools, but it's going to be harder. Persuasion, unfortunately, doesn't get you a whole lot. Gale does get it.
Is it like sulfur gas or something?
Kind of, and it has a very similar smell to it. The first thing you recognize, it's almost unbelievable to you to be seeing so much of it. Because prior to this point in time, this was believed to be an ultra rare material, the sort of material that people go into the elemental plane of fire to find, and they come back out with a vial of it, and it trades for a tremendous amount because it has a bizarre property. There are legends and rumors throughout the annals of history that it used to be more prominent, but it had died away with time, or it had been all mined up and used by the dwarves, or there are just countless legends about how fire salt was once more prominent, and we accidentally used all of it, and it has gone away. But what few bits of it remain in the world today are incredibly valuable and incredibly sought after. And to see just plumes of it firing up from the earth like this is incredible. This is a gold mine, presumably.
Cha-ching!
Gale gets money eyes.
This is fire salt. It reacts very violently to water, violently and explosively. It is a powder that is usually found in most of the same places that you would find saltpeter or sulfur, volcanic regions especially. Or at least it was rumored to in regions past, and also in the plane of fire itself. It's said that some fire elementals eat it, or some genies will trade in it like drugs. It has some engineering applications because it reacts so strongly with water and explosively. And yeah, it's fire salt. It's incredibly valuable and is not known to exist naturally on the material plane.
How does one collect it?
I have an idea about that. We enslave the kobolds in Kuato and take over the island and force them to mine it for us.
Just retire here or what?
What a dragon thing to say.
But probably if it's as valuable, I'm assuming Gale tells us this. I don't know. What does Gale say? Because I was saying, it's not a foregone conclusion what Gale's going to say here.
Yeah, I would say that none of those other roles would know what it is except Yell.
I would just mention that it's very dangerous and volatile, particularly if it touches water. It's probably something that we don't want to mess with too much. It's also pretty valuable.
I think we could gather some up before we go. Sounds like it could be a little useful. I don't want to spend a ton of time on it. I know we got.
How volatile exactly?
Well, most things are water, especially here, and this stuff reacts explosively to water, so
That's an excellent property.
Yeah, it's very useful and
Could you make a bomb
can
with it?
be.
Absolutely. I've been trying to collect reagents to make bombs for months. In
I mean,
case
it also, when you say reacts violently, do you have a comparison? Like,
like black powder.
Closer to nitroglycerin
this.
than black powder, yeah. Oh, are you doing it?
Wait, what spell did you say?
You said like this, and I'm excited for what that is about to mean.
Oh, I was just gonna shoot my gun.
Oh, okay. Does it? Okay, I gotcha.
okay, but for how much? I guess like a little bit. Do you need like
I've
a
shown
pound?
how much of it I would need to make a gun explosion.
Yeah, to fire like one bullet, he shows you a size. Oh man, like the volume of a dime.
Is
Okay,
it more efficient than the gunpowder then?
you just have to somehow keep it separate from water. Is the problem?
The idea perhaps is to make a casing around it for bullets.
Or maybe you have like the left half be the powder, the right half be the water, and then something that punctures it and makes them combined.
Yeah, will anything else set it off? Will pressure? Or fire? I don't suppose it explodes on contact with fire. Otherwise, this entire island would be a fireball.
Yeah, with a 36, that's a very high roll. It is probably reasonable that at some point in time, being an inventor in the royal family, you may have actually worked with this once or twice. You would know that apart from reacting very, very strongly with liquid water, it's pretty stable. Pressure is not too bad. Heat doesn't affect it at all. You can tell that all these pools that are just kind of floating around like suds on the top of the magma, that's just more fire salt. It can withstand the heat even of lava.
That's excellent.
You do have to be careful in like very humid environments, and like very humid. It's not like you're just walking around on kind of a a spring morning and it's going to blow
And
up
rain.
at your side. But like, yeah, right before it's about to rain, or like in a thick swamp or a rainforest, you would have to be very cautious with it.
So here's the thing we can do. We can collect a 10 by 10 cube of it and paint it into a portrait.
That'd be a safe way to store it. That'd be awful
know how-
too.
You know how long that would take?
How long do we have?
Not much time.
I say we don't have much. There's people looking for.
And how may
what
we
matter to
leave?
us.
By
Well,
all
that's-
means.
That's the next question: is how are we?
Yeah.
getting here?
If
We
we
don't really
cannot
have the
leave,
teleporting
we
ship.
might as well.
So the ship can take us somewhere,
Yeah.
but only somewhere it can see, right?
I mean,
Like the
just
boot.
take to the edge of the horizon. That'll be with the spyglass. Flick could choose probably
I thought we
200 miles.
did we not think about maybe the moon,
Well, if we
and then we can go
we can
anywhere?
only do that one way,
was we get to the moon and have no way out.
and there's mind players there.
There am I.
They do
Moon's-
have
Moon's haunted.
they do have a tree there.
Well, it's also the issue
There's
of
a tree here.
there's trees here. If you have your tree magic, Nomad,
It won't return until a long rest.
say because the moon, the other thing is, I'm not saying this in character. We established that like trying to go to like the moon, you're not gonna be able to pinpoint a location.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna end up in the middle of nowhere on the moon.
But there is a big tree there that I've seen, right?
We got big trees here. We don't need it. We don't need to go there just for a tree.
I
Well-
know. What I mean is, if we go there for safety, we can go
I
to
see
any
what you're
tree
saying.
we've seen here.
Maybe we should get to the kobolds in Kuatoa first.
Yeah, let's start with that, I guess. Unless we want to
should-
gather up some of this here
Yeah.
fire stuff before we go.
We should probably discuss with them first. If we're not going to collect this fire stuff, then we might as well do our objectives and leave.
So they might know about this stuff too if they've got their records or whatever.
We can request that they gather some for us. And pay them for it.
Okay, there it is.
I want to ask them if they want to hold on to the book anyway.
Yeah. Is it wise for them to hold on to that book that contains your life story and continuously updates on what we're about to do? To creatures
It's their
that will
job.
die in one strike.
In a normal circumstance, I would say we should, but they don't have the ability to even protect themselves right now.
This, he holds up the other books where, they keep the records of their past history is their job. That, I think, is yours.
That's fair. I at least want to ask him about it.
Yeah, that's good. We should at least ask. Should we go to the mixed Kuatoa and Kobold encampment? Why is there titties and ass on the map?
Ass and titties have been there for
It's been
eons.
a long
I
time.
have. I don't remember who put them there, but
I
someone.
Probably
put them
Zeke.
there.
I think it was Zeke.
All right. You guys make your way back down. Without the aid of Windwalk, I think it is like.
We have a boat.
Oh, you have a boat. That's right. Then yeah, I believe it's like 4 or 5 hours to get down. I believe. And you start heading that way. You would get out. Let's see. Da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. You started right after that. You jumped in there. It's probably about 1 or 2 in the afternoon, which means it's probably 7 or so, 7 p.m. By the time that you arrive at the encampment. And you notice that all along the way, there are more plumes and geysers of this yellow stuff. It is not restricted to just the top of the volcano. It seems to be like everywhere. It seems to be like there is a fuck huge amount of this stuff around you. A tremendous amount.
Okay, a problem. If people find out about this, they're going to swarm this place and colonize it and probably stomp out the kobolds in Kuotoa.
Probably important that they don't find out about it then.
So,
We may not want to import this.
so I think we probably ought not show up into town with the 10 by 10 cube of this stuff and not be like, hey, we got this stuff. So
It would be unwise, but we could use it for ourselves.
It's also a bit bizarre too, because at first it just kind of sounds like distant crackling, like fireworks, or, fireworks is probably the closest thing, or like a very large firecracker. And you're not able to tell what it is until you get close enough to see the coast. And looking towards the source of the sound, you can just see explosions, where this dust kind of drifts up from a geyser and lands on the sea, and just there's a persistent snap, crackle, pop effect that is always happening at the coast. Where this powder fires up in plumes, lands in the sea, and then just immediately explodes. The entire coastline is just kind of foaming with this stuff.
So it's like a natural border around the island that protects it.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, it's not like, these explosions are big enough that they would probably fuck with most small ships, at least.
Ships, yeah.
You might be able to get like a very resilient ship through, and it's also not
Or a
a
ship that flies.
That too, for sure. It's definitely not enough to like be a problem for an airship. Like the explosions really only reach like 20 or 30 feet or so, and it's only happening at places near these plumes. So there's lots of safe landing places along the coast. But you do see that there are several places where it just naturally pours down into the mouth of the ocean and then immediately explodes. That is a natural phenomenon that is happening all around you now.
You get the sense that this is coming from the plane of fire. It's not something that's being produced by the island itself.
A little bit hard to say. If you have a way to test for it, let me know. The only thing that comes to mind is that Vasu has permanent detect magic on, and nothing about these plumes gives him any sort of magic.
How about common sense? This island can't have like an unlimited source of salt that's forcing itself out for no reason, right?
Boy, you could give me like a science check of some sort, a geology check, maybe an alchemy check or a mining check, or just a straight int check if you want to just do like regular old deductive reasoning.
Yeah.
With a 19, it definitely. Boy, it's a little hard to say. Like, natural geysers are a real thing, and they last for.
Because they're water. This
Right.
is fire salt.
Right. It really depends on how
Something
much.
not natural on this plane specifically.
Right. It depends on whether this powder is being carried by like a steam vent or something on its own. Actually, with a 19, you would know it couldn't be a steam vent because it would explode. So yeah, you would know that this is almost entirely pure powder, and it does seem at least a little unusual to you. You're not sure how it is being propelled out, where it's coming from, whether it's going to run out or if it's just a temporary thing. You do know for certain that there are tremors happening, like aftershocks of an earthquake. That sort of thing could definitely be contributing. It could be causing a temporary release of whatever this stuff is. You're not entirely sure.
What is causing the earthquakes, do we know? Can we figure out with nature checks?
You could give it a shot. Yeah, you could make a nature is what I should have had you guys roll there. That makes a lot of sense.
Because this is all natural.
Yeah, natural science makes sense. I guess that's a thing that nature could do.
Proficient, but here's a nature check anyway.
With 7, hard to say. It feels like the aftershocks of an earthquake. And you guys have experienced at least one, so you all kind of know what that feels like.
It's possible that whatever we did has caused a crack somewhere within the island, exposing the water to the natural fire salts here, and is causing a tremor throughout. But that's just a theory, a science theory. Or we've weakened the boundary between the fire plane and this island, which is tied to the fire plane thanks to the firebird's roost, and the salt is coming from it. The concern now is if that's safe, if this is going to continue forever, it's going to end, or we should ferry the kobolds and Kuatoa out from here, lest they explode to smithereens.
As you guys do land, you see that the kobolds and Kuatoa, they're all out, and they're looking around a little bit bewildered. They don't seem to be frightened. They're just kind of bewildered, and they all kind of look up as you guys approach, and realize that you've made it back, and they start like waving down. They look excited. They look happy to see you. And as you guys land and on board, the two leaders do approach kind of side by side. And they're like, I take it that all of this means that things went okay? Yes?
Moat, show me your wings.
Oh, they're still out.
Hell yeah. Oh my god. Oh, that surely that's got to be it then. Well, what did you find? Did you find any information, or is there anything we're supposed to do?
Here, the books.
All right, you hand over the books, and they look at them and like, these are, I mean, we can't.
Them.
A lot of the books were destroyed.
I kept these specifically, but
they're empty.
it's alright. We wrote them down. When you cast spells on them, it produces something.
Oh, okay. So this was in this, and he like points to your transcribed notes, and then he points at the book that they came from. Even though the book has been reset.
This one is blank, however. I feel like it's your duty to fill this up.
Oh, like
So-
with what?
I do not know how you are going to do it without spells.
Yeah, well,
Just
we
the
talked to a few of the. Actually, hold on. I pull out one of the masks here, and can you come out and talk to the one who said there was one of them. I think that it was it the bird lady who kept talking about the keepers?
Yes. Let me double check. Which one of them was it?
I think every single one of them was at least mentioned. Where are those
Yeah,
guys?
Yeah,
one of
they-
them talked about them a lot more. Like,
Yes, Eftisha, the Aarakocra, is the one who was very like interested in studying these things. And as you pull the mask out, she's like, "Oh, yes. Oh, it's so good to see all of you. I was worried for a moment that you might have all been destroyed. Okay. Well, how many among you have the bloodline? Do you know?" And they all like look at each other like, "What are you talking about? What bloodline?" And she's like, "Okay, it's very clear that I have a lot to explain. Do you think maybe you could just leave the mask with them overnight, perhaps, or even just for a few hours? I can try to fill them all in."
yeah.
You need
But hold on. Don't let. So the Kuatoa, I gave them a still stone and it turned into lead. I'm assuming that you'll be safe, but it would be unfortunate if you had all the magic stripped away from you.
The worst that they could do is perhaps strip the magic from this mask, but I am not the mask. My soul would return to the roost, and in theory, you could come back and fetch a new one.
Well, going back is a little difficult now, so we'd rather you didn't
That
disappear.
is true. Well, which ones is it that strip the magic away?
Well,
The albino ones.
I only gave it to one Kuatoa, so specifically, I guess their leader. But I assume the rest would have a similar effect.
That is good, by the way. That does mean that at least some of you have the bloodline. There are multiple parts of this bloodline, and I am actually very curious to see how far it is spread throughout the world. If it's made its way all the way out here, who's to say it hasn't gone further? But yes, the Kuatoa, I believe, got the unmagic portions, and the kobolds got the magic portions. So maybe hand me to one of the kobolds for now, and I'll see what I can do.
Yeah. Here you go.
And you hand it over.
Leader.
And they kind of like, "Oh, all right, let's go." And they like a bunch of them run off into one of the big tents, and they like prop this thing up. And they just begin to have this big like, "Who are we? What are you? What is all this about? Can you tell us about our past and our ancestors and what is our duty and all this stuff?" And
I'm definitely gonna go with.
Same.
absolutely. And if
Minus
they're-
the notes part. I'm absolutely not taking notes.
fair.
I mean, I am real life. I'm not taking notes, but aces.
Yeah, as an anthropologist, definitely. This is good. This is good.
all right.
I'll go outside and watch out for dragons.
I'll do like brief synopsis, and if you guys have specific questions, feel free to call them out. But she explains that an ancient dragon named Maustakazka gave them a blessing that was part of. They basically imparted draconic blood to them, much like a draconic sorcerer would receive, although they did it with kind of a magical ritual instead of the old-fashioned way like most bards do. The way that the blessing was imparted to them gave them blessing of magic and unmagic, and also a bizarre connection to the weave itself, and especially the weave in the afterlife. It's kind of understood that the weave is especially strong in the places between planes, and that does include when transferring to the afterlife. And it was given to them with the thoughts that they might be able to better serve the Phoenix, who has a lot to do with death and rebirth, and all the spirits that are trapped there. Things went wrong frequently up in Firebird's Roost, and eventually, by the sound of it and by the books that you guys found, it sounds like all of the keepers inside of there were killed or slain, presumably by other dragons that came later that were not, they were mad about what Ozdakazda did. And she conjectures that it very well may have been Ozymandias, but she can't confirm that. And she explains that if they're wanting to resume the duty, that they need to learn the way that that temple works, and she'll try to help them, but she doesn't know everything. They'll need to learn to control their powers and kind of refine them into actual like useful abilities. And it might also be wise to like maybe don't spread the bloodline too much, because frankly we don't know what happens to you when you die, and most creatures don't like that thought because it's scary. The reason that they were told not to spread the bloodline in the first place is because like Ozdakazda thought what he was doing was good, but didn't want to send an entire species to, like, soul hell, where they can't go to the afterlife. That's the rough idea, and she'll continue to answer their questions or any that you guys have.
What are symptoms that you are of the bloodline?
Well, in Kuatoa, it usually presents as elements of unmagic. The ability to drain the magic from things, to return them to the weave, to transfer energy that has been brought into this plane back out to the weave. And then for kobolds, it's often the opposite effect. It is a strong connection to the weave, the ability to resist tremendous amounts of magic, to impart magic to mundane objects, to bring the weave into the material plane. And to just there's an affinity to the places where the weave is already connected to the world. Elemental rifts, still stones, things like that. Being overexposed to the weave for most things is something that can kill. But for kobolds that have got this bloodline, being overexposed to the weave is less deadly, if sometimes not even harmful at all.
Is Gale of the bloodline? I've seen him eat still stones. That's normally not survivable.
No, most creatures would die if they tried to eat a stillstone. If he has eaten a stillstone, then it is...
He has eaten several.
It's not impossible.
He's eating one right now.
Just like Cheerios. Just popping in his mouth.
When did that book say? Let me double check. 653 is when they scattered. What year is it in your calendar?
669?
699.
It's either 669 or 699.
So
One of those two.
there have
I think
been
699.
46 years at least for the kobolds of this place to intermingle, to have the bloodline spread. Especially if the dragons were taking them for research. Who knows where they went? I don't know where you're from, but it's certainly possible.
Here's the thing, though. When we went to the roost, the fiery forms of the kobolds there attacked Gale. If he was one of them, would they not leave him alone?
That is unusual. I don't understand how that mechanism works. That would be at least a strike against it. That's evidence that he's not.
Yeah.
But I
It
couldn't
did
say
let
conclusively.
Ace and Moat in with no issue.
It let
I mean,
Ace
I
in.
was a fire elemental at the time.
So was Vasu, though.
True, but Vasu kind of punched them first.
No, he didn't.
Gale walked
No.
in too as a parliament.
Vasu,
They attacked her.
Vasu is also the warden. It's actually incredibly strange that they would have attacked Vasu.
So it might have just been a strange mechanism there.
They didn't. Oh, that's. And she kind of just like looks at Ace. Are you? Forgive me. I know that this is going to sound terrible, and I don't mean to be like.
Oh, just
this.
go ahead. It's fine.
You're not like most Kenku.
No, I'm actually half kobold.
Half kobold. Okay. All right. Well, that might explain it. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's not impossible. Do you have any weird parents? Do you know your parents?
I mean, my dad's like a crazy inventor.
Yeah.
He's the kobold.
Right. Okay.
Don't know if
does
you've heard of
part
a
magic.
Joker.
Joker. Does he have a? Is that the whole name?
He's a strange, mysterious man.
Gotcha. I've never heard of a Joker.
Here, does this look familiar to you? I'll actually pull out the symbol of Uno symbol that I have drawn down. I think it's like an eye with this. It's like an eye in a spider web or something, right?
Yes, it is, and let me double check. Uno notes. Who knows about this? Does she know about this? I'm afraid I don't recognize that symbol now.
Okay. Perhaps we should. You can probably ask when we get to a bigger city. It was a symbol on one of the birds that was one of the kinku that was with the dragon.
That is very unusual. I don't want to sound like a braggart, but I am pretty well versed in the things from my time, anyway. I imagine that this is probably newer. I don't know if you have any new gods of spiders or death or anything like that.
I guess
I know.
I believe you already made a check for this, and you did
It's
not.
been a while.
Have you gotten any like mechanical bonuses or anything that might change it?
Quite a bit. It's plus 17 now.
Is that just because your proficiency went up, or did you like get an expertise thing, or?
I think it's expertise now, yeah.
Okay, you can give me a religion check.
Or did I have expertise before then?
I think you've had religion expertise forever.
Yeah,
I think you've had it for a while.
yeah. I think I had religion as a trained skill, and then I got expertise. So I don't
Gotcha.
think
That makes sense. If you went from trained to expert, that would be sufficient. This is a note that I've said many, many times, but I'm going to say it again because it's important. To my future self and to all other DMs, please keep a spreadsheet of knowledge rolls that your players have done and what they learned.
it's okay. We have had lore master.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Past tense, no longer.
Rest in peace.
We had rest in peace.
Someone
Alright,
remembers what we did.
I was lore keeper back in those days, and I will say, I'm pretty sure that when we found that symbol, we all did checks about it. No one recognized it, and the only thing we found out was that Christ, the kobold leader, said her grandma had a symbol like that, but she didn't know anything about it.
Oh no, this one I'm checking for right now is specifically like spider. No.
Yeah,
like,
and you did that check and found out like there's Lolth, but this doesn't look like Lolth's symbol.
That's right. Yep.
But what other spider symbols are there? I guess now I'm figuring out.
You would know about Lolth. Oh boy, what else? I'm trying to think if there's other like spider-related gods or symbols.
I think it's literally only Lolth.
You would know that there's probably like a fishing company maybe that uses one as like their symbol. Flick probably recognizes that fishing company as well. I don't know if there are any other deities that you'd be aware of. At least none of the like major ones.
Minor ones then. It's
Yeah.
usually the minor ones that want to gain power.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think you would know of any minor deities that have this symbol now. Or that have even like spider-like symbols. Ace, what's up?
All right, next question. Is there like a trial or ritual that you do to determine that someone is a possible keeper?
I do remember that there were a lot of religious or at least pseudo-religious customs. Most of them were, to be a little crass, they had to do with the transferring of the bloodline and the birthing of new people that had the bloodline, and making sure that people didn't get the bloodline that weren't supposed to get the bloodline. When the baby was born, they were raised up and taught how to keep track of the temple and what their duty was, and how to maintain the library and how to escort the Phoenix through all the trials if they were going to do it. but I don't think there was a way to just, like, check whether or not somebody was one. It was usually very obvious because there was a whole hullabaloo about, you know, their birth and their conception, and, you know, they were just treated different.
Oh, the pop-up thing didn't turn up.
Thanks.
The raise hand thing.
Oh, gotcha. Let me make sure the initiative's clear. Oh, it's not. That's why. Nomad.
So just as a reminder, because he's been doing it consistently with spellcasters and stuff, he has collected the druid heads.
Yes, excellent. You've got 2 druid heads. And mark them for my own sake.
The orc and the human, I think those were the only ones.
Yes. Yeah, it's the orc and the human.
Was it safe to also pry out the stillstone from the drakes?
You could give me, oh boy, a survival check to try to pry what bits of it are first. You do see.
Use the Tinker's tool because it's a stillstone.
I'm trying to think. Like, is that actually applicable here?
Medical, it's fine.
Yeah, you're probably gonna have a better bet with like medical or survival here. Like,
I can help with survival if you want.
No, I wouldn't bank on survival.
I mean, the lowest I can roll on it is a 19.
That's fair.
You would
Lowest
be
I
able to
could
tell.
roll. I'll give you advantage in survival
There we go.
because I'm trained in it. It's just a +7.
19.
With an 19, you're able to safely kind of peel the flesh back away from it and peel it out and get it free. You can see that it's damage from the arrow shot that went through it. But more importantly, you can see that it is very similar to the crystals that you've seen in like the big stillborn dragon that you fought back in Shul's cave. The color has been sapped from it. You can see these little just veins of sickliness through it. It does not look vibrant. It looks like either a very weak stillstone or one that has been sapped or drained somehow.
Mm-hmm.
It looks unhealthy.
Do you mind if I hold on to this?
Not at all. I was just figuring if we could get it for experiments.
Yeah, I was going to use it in an experiment in the future, which is our present right now.
Yeah, we'll back to the future.
Back to the future.
All right. I guess so. I pull out the stillstone that was drained. So one of the kobolds, if they are the keepers, should be able to revitalize this stillstone, correct?
It's theoretically possible. We could certainly give it to them and let them try to find out.
Well, Gale, you eat stillstones. Do you think maybe you can try to revitalize this stillstone?
I guess. I don't know how I would do it.
Here, and I hand him the one that we just got from the Drake. Maybe you can pull the energy from this one into it? Or I guess you just get it from the... I don't know, she said like you just pull it from the weave. So maybe just visualize and focus. Maybe some Vastu meditation.
All right. Oh,
Like visualize yourself pulling in the weave and then focusing it back into the stillstone.
I'll take the broken, burnt out stillstone and just sit and meditate with it for like 5 minutes.
All right.
And then I'm just gonna lick it.
Hey,
Delightful.
Steven.
Give me who? Give me a spellcasting check.
That's just main, right?
Yep,
That
just
was-
Yep. At first, when you hold on to this thing, it feels silly. It feels like a very metaphysical thing that you're being asked to do. It doesn't feel like there's any science behind it. You certainly have... I mean, you're aware of working with the weave. You can feel it when you're putting stones into objects. You have to be able to kind of find these connections and tether them to the object. And you've learned to kind of sense the strands that have come from them. But even that is all... There's a science and a method behind it, one that you've studied very cautiously and carefully, and one that you understand very thoroughly. So trying to do something kind of just by feel or by willpower is a little different. But about 3 minutes in, you start to feel an itch around your eye a little. And you realize that you're starting to experience a sensation where you're touching this stone. And likewise, it starts as kind of an itch, but then it becomes a buzz and a hum. And about 15 seconds into this, you recognize that you recognize this sensation from your time back home in the labs where Azadir was studying you. This is a sensation that you felt when they tried to graft stillstones into you, repeatedly, over and over. And you feel like right now you have the ability to stop it, to throw this thing, to get rid of it, to take it away, and end it if you want. But as it currently stands, if you allow this to keep happening, you can almost feel this stone trying to press itself into your palms.
I chuck it away immediately.
Yeah, as soon as you do, you can see that there's kind of just a little bit of a red mark on your palms where it was beginning to react oddly to you. And it stops, and it goes away almost immediately as soon as you let go of it. And you do see that the mask kind of looks at you and says, "You're afraid of it." I don't. I think that was.
I vomit.
Oh my God.
Did you say you vomit?
Yeah.
Okay, just make sure I heard you right.
I don't think that we should do this science anymore. Are you okay?
Yeah, hey Gail,
Doesn't
are you
matter.
okay?
I can say that is not normal. You have some connection, but that is I mean, the redness. It felt a little buzz. I mean, did it hurt?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It shouldn't hurt. If I had known it hurt, I wouldn't have. We should not do that anymore. It's not supposed to hurt. And she does look to like all of the other kobolds who now look suddenly like a little bit like the wind has been taken out of their sails.
What kind of hurt? Asked Nomad. Physical? Mental? Spiritual?
Both.
He takes notes.
Sorry, Gail, I didn't mean for you to get hurt.
Welcome to a live Vasu.
Thanks, I took a nap.
Kriz, welcome back. Kriz walks over to the stone that you've kind of cast aside and picks it up and starts to walk back with it. But about halfway back over to the table and the mask, stops and looks down at where they're holding it in their hands. And you watch as it begins to kind of glow. You see some of the colors restored to it. And you see that there's kind of a redness and a hum. You can see that, they react like they're feeling something. They're having trouble gripping it almost. But the color just kind of returns to the stone until it is glowing, and then it is glowing kind of bright. And eventually it starts to tremor in their hands, and Chris is almost like having a difficult time holding it, and eventually it slips free. And it kind of lands, and there's a little bit of a pop, and it just kind of rolls and rattles around a bit. And then she looks down at her palms, and you can see that even through the black scales, there's kind of a redness and a charredness that looks to it. But it quickly fades, and she looks over to the mask and then to you. Says that it was strange. I suppose it tickled a little. It didn't hurt.
I'll go over and pick up the still stone and kind of inspect it.
Yeah, looking it over, it appears to be a still stone, much like you've seen all the others. It's pretty big too. It's not especially dense for its size, just because it is so big. But it's probably about the size of like those miniature footballs that for little kids. It's about that big.
It didn't seem to like become empowered or like a stronger version of a stillstone or anything. It just seemed to be restored.
It just seems to be kind of restored to the normal color of a moderately powered, large, not dense stillstone.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, I guess you guys can just take turns passing this back and forth between the Kuatoa and the Kobold to find out who can
Without
drain it.
Another
and restore
word,
it.
flap, 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 flap. One of the, not to be outdone, Hephoblub runs over to this thing, clamps two hands around it, and just starts like screaming for no reason. And for like 20 or 30 seconds, he just sits there screaming, like at the top of his lungs. But then after like 20 seconds, he's like, what? And you can see that the color is actually being drained from the stone. And eventually it is kind of just drained until it is clear.
What do you feel?
Nothing. I can feel a connection to it. I can tell that I'm doing something. There's a little bit of a buzz when I touch it. But it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt.
Nomad takes notes.
So, I guess I'm confused on what is the purpose. Why did this dragon specifically give them the ability to both siphon and then feed weave?
I'm not 100% sure because I wasn't there. I never met Oztakazga. I heard rumors that he may have still been alive in my time, but by that point I was already devoted to my duty, and I ended up dying before I could complete. But from what the other keepers told me, and from their strange rituals, each of them were given parts of the Draconic Blessing, and I believe these were just side effects. These were not the intent. It's just dragons have a weird connection with magic. I don't know how much you know about them, but there are rumors that they're not even from this plane, that they are made from the weave itself. It's why their bone is so conducive to the weave when you try to enchant objects made from it. And I believe that these are just side effects of being given dragon blood.
Gotcha.
The scripture does say that the great serpent that spared them gave them these as boons to protect this place.
Yeah.
Perhaps they used it to defend. I can certainly see why being able to drain magic would help defend a place from magical invaders.
And to give magic would help empower them.
Tremendously. It might even explain how the place ran. And
Well, what would happen if, like, one of those who drains and one of those who gives magic, like, can they cause like an equilibrium between them?
Well, it says here they are not to unite the blood except the line of the keeper.
Well, I don't mean.
Which one is the line of the keeper?
It's my understanding that there was a half in each. So the kobolds had half of the line, and the Kuatoa had the other half, and then they would join in these ritual joinings to produce one keeper who had both of their blood.
Gotcha. So a half kobold, half Kuatoa.
Right.
You had strange dreams about this, did you not?
I did have strange dreams about this before. I was surrounded by white Kuatoa, and then slowly they had still stones in them. And they look like them. They were white with red eyes, staring at me.
Impossible. We were not in your dreams. There are no stones in me.
You were in my dreams, but like not in a bad way. Don't worry about it. I forgive you.
Apology accepted.
Do you have many prophetic dreams?
Well, I guess I've only ever had like 2, if you include this one. I guess 3, because technically I had this one twice. Just the one where I saw the one red eye, one right eye, and glittering papers everywhere, a long time ago.
The man takes notes.
But I told you about that a long time ago.
Yeah, he just thought it was a dream and this was a coincidence, but it's happened 3 times now. So
Yeah, so that was the first weird dream. I guess my father has one, a red eye, one, a black eye. Who knows? But
Recurring or especially clear dreams they can be important. I know that sometimes the gods use them to speak to us, and I know that there's magic that does it as well.
Hold on a second. Hold on. What color do the kobold? What color eyes do the kobold have?
The kobolds, black scales, black eyes. It's just like straight
Shit.
black all
Okay.
over.
Typically, when a kobold and a Kuatoa join to form an offspring, what does that offspring typically look like?
Well, the keepers were unusual. Many times they had kind of splotchy patterns or kind of a mix. Every now and then they would come out just gray, or sometimes all white or all black. Sometimes split down the middle. It was usually just. I don't want to say this in a belittling way, but when you mix 2 cats of a different color, sometimes you get something in between, or all one or the other, or sometimes even split down the middle.
Not just color, but do they typically appear to be more kobold, more Kuatoa, a strange hybrid?
It was a little of both. Most of them could be predominantly identified as one or the other. The keeper at the time that I was there was very much a Kuatoa.
Can you do me a favor, Fett? Can you describe Joker to me, please?
Sure. He looks like a kobold. He is. Let me actually just pull up his token. All white scales, 1 black eye, 1 red eye.
Okay. I think I might know where a keeper might be. Well, in a vague sense, I don't know exactly where he's at, but the Joker I was telling you about, he's kobold, all white, 1 red eye, 1 black eye, maybe a possible mixture between the 2 bloodlines. All I know is that he's from some place to the southeast of the planet, I guess. He's very vague.
With a medicine check, this is a bit of a stretch and not really my area of expertise. Could I tell if like Joker looks like he could have possibly been born of like these kobolds and those Kuatoa?
You can give me a medicine check.
I take second on that.
Sure.
Can I make a dad check?
Sure.
Do it.
I'm just gonna. Dad.
All of you get the sense that like it's reasonable. Yeah, it's definitely reasonable. I mean, it'd be really hard to like prove it, but you know, it's definitely, it at least matches what she's describing. Like this falls within the realm of what is possible based on what she said, and based on just looking at these guys.
So I guess
From here, invent the paternity test.
I do have a follow-up question then. So you said that they will mix the 2 bloodlines in order to make a new keeper. So then why isn't there just a succession of keepers with like that are just a group of themselves? Why must they continuously bring them together? So does a keeper not have children?
The keeper never had children. No. It was always one chosen from each. The kobolds and the Kuatoa, they would come together and have one child. That child would not reproduce.
Ooh. The thing about hybrids is they're often infertile.
Yes.
I'm not sure if they were infertile, and I don't know if it's ever been tested. It's a little hard to say. It was more of a like I said.
Every time
Well, like I said, they intentionally didn't want a lot of people to have the blood mixed together and to complete the full lineage, because we don't know what happens to them when they die.
Gotcha. Well,
and there's a pretty strong reason to believe that something bad might.
So,
explode.
Does a keeper have the ability to both drain magic and give?
Would she know that? Let's find out.
What's the point of mixing their blood otherwise, right?
I don't know, maybe they get like a different ability altogether.
I believe they had some elements of both, yes, but I do know that their greatest ability, at least according to the keepers that I spoke to and the records that they kept, is they could just kind of traverse back and forth between here and the transitive gate, the ethereal plane, the astral plane, whatever it's called these days, the place where souls go when they're deciding where to go.
That's useful.
How?
Oh, I don't know. It was part of their draconic blood. If I understand correctly, a lot of dragons can do the same. At least the very powerful ones.
Ace is gonna. He's still holding the giant still stone that the screaming Kuatoa drained. He's going to try to focus on it and see if he can somehow push energy into it.
Give me a spellcasting check. You sit there for several minutes, just kind of concentrating on this thing and trying to channel your mana into it and get some sort of a magical response. And there's a point about 2.5 minutes in where you swear it starts buzzing a little stronger, but it's hard to tell if it's all in your head or if you're just imagining things. But you feel like you feel like you almost had a connection, maybe, but you couldn't really verify it. It was just a little hard to tell. You do feel a little drained, like, you're at least exerting some of your mana, or at least not like actually take any points, but you feel like if you wanted to, you could pump magic into it, yeah.
So I feel like I could do it, but I just failed to?
I don't know, to you it feels like you were on the cusp of it and then you like lost it, like you just kind of lost the connection. And you're really not entirely sure. It could have just all been in your head, it's hard to say.
Well, perhaps I should.
Check yourself.
Hmm?
Inside check yourself.
Don't know how that would work.
Am I lying to myself? Is it in my head?
Hold on. I'm going to pull out my little Joker card. I'm going to try sending to him. I guess I should tell him a few things, right? Like he should be careful because we're being hunted. He's going to be hunted now, and maybe even ask if he's like if he has any Kuatoa ancestors. Does that seem reasonable, Nomad?
If he might not know it, then then he simply won't know it.
Yeah, he also could just lie. It's hard to say. All right. Well, I'm
Very hard to lie.
I'm gonna go ahead and activate Joker's card. I think I got like 25 words, right?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm counting words.
Daddy, are you part fish?
All right, I think I know what I'm going to say. Be careful. There are dangerous people looking for you. Stay hidden. Are you part Kuatoa? Also, are you part Kuatoa? I gotta break it up. I gotta make it seem like it's a separate thought.
Wait, you know about them too? God, finally, I've been saying it forever.
Exposition time.
Double checking a thing real quick so I get this right.
Double checks. No.
Dad was a kobold. Didn't know Mom. Didn't like to talk about her.
I forget. Does the card let me? Do I get to respond back to that, or is that it?
That was his response to your thing.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was like a I say something, he says something, I say one last thing, or if it was just I say something, he says something.
Yeah, just that. Just you say something,
okay.
he says something.
Insight check.
Sure. He seems relieved that you finally realize the world is out to get him. He seemed a little bit like bewildered or confused when you asked about being part Kuatoa. There was a tone that's like, no, of course, well, I don't know, I guess maybe. Like, that's kind of the tone of his voice when he responded with all of it. Like, he can't rule it out, but he just didn't know his mom.
Gotcha.
He hadn't really ever considered it.
I never learned my grandpa's name. I hope it's some other card thing. Like, phase 10.
Skipbo.
Oh, that's a cute one. They call him Skip for short, or Bo.
What if it's
And your-
just Jack?
Your grandma's Rummy.
Wouldn't your grandma be queen?
Well, it's the name of cards. So, well, I guess
Yeah.
it could be that. I guess Uno's a whole deck of cards. Oh, we can have someone called No You. I really hope
You have a cousin Yu-Gi-Oh?
No, it's the White Flame Dragon, or the Blue Eyes White Dragon is my cousin.
Oh my gosh, what if there is a Blue Eyes White Dragon here? It's canon now.
Do I really know how old my dad is?
Yeah, you get the vibe that he was probably in his, like, low 30s, maybe.
Gotcha. When was the last time anyone left this island? I guess you guys already said you guys don't know.
Nobody really comes or goes unless the dragons take them.
So does this mean that, like, you guys need to, like, cross the bloodlines now?
They kind of look at each other and they're like, maybe after we figure out what happens when we die.
And maybe also, like, you know, dinner.
Dinner also
Talking.
sounds great. Yeah, it is getting pretty late. We all got kind of sidetracked because all that weird yellow shit everywhere.
Yeah, that's
You're not
dangerous.
Dangerous, is it?
Don't put it in water.
If it touches water, it explodes.
Good to know. They will go about preparing a little dinner using materials that I believe you guys left behind for him. Presumably with a little bit of help from Nordo and Yule.
Yep. I'll help him do a cook's utensils buff for the short rest.
You
How
guys,
does Gale seem to be holding up?
yeah.
Do you want some? Gale? You vomited everything out.
I think I'll be okay. I'm just very tired.
Do you need some space?
It wasn't our deal.
No, I just need a good long nap.
Yeah,
Get you someplace comfortable.
It was a lot. We all just went through that, and I'm sure it wasn't easy being around Ozymandias or Ozydareth, whoever the fuck that was again. I think we need a good night of sleep and talk about where we're going from here in the morning.
That sounds good.
We should rejoice in the little victories. We still have Moat, and he has a stigma now.
For a nomad, do you... I hate to ask you to spend your magic when you just got done spending it all in that place.
I'll do anything for you. Sorry, my head is loopy.
I can tell
Hello,
you're,
it's
I can tell
mine.
you're low on mana if you're I'm making these sorts of emotional passes. Would you be able to send the message to Leah? Just tell her to sit tight, make sure she's alright, and tell her people's coming, stay hidden.
Would it go through the Gale's room, the mage's sanctum, private sanctum?
I
That's a
don't know.
question.
How's that magic work?
private sanctum. Can I send a message to people in there?
Targeted by is it a divination spell?
I don't think sending is a divination spell.
I
Let
feel
me
like I should
check.
know this. I'm trying to think of what else it would be. It's evocation.
evocation.
That's odd.
Evocation. I mean, you're expelling energy at
Yeah,
something.
makes sense to me. That's what I would pick it as.
You're not finding something, right?
I almost certainly would have done illusion.
Illusion makes
Illusion.
sense too.
Yeah, I see that.
With that said, you get the sense that it should work.
Sure. Get me 25 words, and I will send her a message as you wish.
Thanks, no man. Appreciate it. I know it's probably doesn't amount to hill of beans, but it would make me feel better.
My family is here. You must look after your own as well.
I'm more worried, honestly, about Moat's family back in Balmoral. I mean,
That's
he's
true.
the Phoenix, and they're just. I mean, Leah's at least got a ship and a safe place. They're just regular people sitting in their home.
Yeah. I feel like Nordo. Well, your brother should be fine. It's gonna be hard to track him down
Yeah, he's with
or even
D.
find out about him.
Nobody really knows about him except y'all and
Yeah.
well, I guess the monastery. But
And Chelsea should be fine too. I mean, I doubt they're going to even be able to find where I'm from. Not just telling everyone about that.
And hardly anyone knows about the Kuatoa and my child.
yeah,
That's why I'm not concerned about them very much.
Leo should be safe on the ship with Leah.
Maybe we shouldn't describe where they all are though right now.
Let's describe out loud the location of our most treasured.
It's okay. I don't think we're saying this out loud.
I-
to be fair. It's
I
character.
assumed that you were that like everybody was using character voices right there.
I was for sure.
As that conversation is happening, Elise does actually come over to Gale and kind of like kneels down and puts a hand on Gale's shoulder and tries to put on kind of a sympathetic smile, and it's sincere. She's just awkward. And she does say, "You are not a problem. Your problems are already my problems. This just makes it more official. Yes?"
I think I know what you're trying to say.
I don't want you to worry. We'll be okay.
Thank you.
She kind of like stands up, gives a pat on the back.
Just a little bit of vomit.
She does kind of like actually she dotes a little. She kind of like pulls out a little handkerchief and like cleans you up, and she pats you with a heel or two if you still need any, and she seems very like doting, and she's concerned for you for a moment, but once she is confident that you're okay, she goes back to rejoining this thing.
What day is it?
Oh boy, let's find out.
Thursday. About to be Friday.
Oh, it's still so far off from a long rest for
I
me.
know.
and
We still have two more nights. 2 more nights on this
Mhm.
island to harvest fire salt.
We have lots of time. Let's go harvest. Can we use Vasu?
Also, guys, it's getting pretty late.
Yeah.
I gotta call it after this short rest here.
Okay, let's wrap things up real quick. A couple of interesting things do happen overnight. The first is that way too late in the night for anyone to be sending messages whatsoever. Ace, out of the clear blue, you get a sending. And it says, if you're onto something, I guess you should have intel. I don't really know her, but his name was Yezagexi Sheercrag, and she was from Bagoa. That's all I know. Be safe.
Yezagexi and Bergoa.
His name was Yezagexi Sheercrag, and although he doesn't know anything about her, he does know that she was from a place called Bagoa.
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 Gotcha. Have I heard the name Surecrack before?
Yeah, that's the name of like the people here. Chris Shear and whatever of the Crag. That's like the two names of the keepers' families.
Gotcha. I'm gonna jump out of bed and I'm gonna go try finding the kobold leader.
All right. You're able to kind of like shuffle around, and you find this big tent that's being guarded by a couple, but they realize that if you're up at this hour, it must be important, and they let you in after waking her up, and let you in to talk to Grist.
Sorry, it's so late, but do you know the name Yezagexi Surecrag?
Yezagexi. No, I'm sorry. I mean Shearcrag. I'm Chris Shear, and he is well beloved of the Crag. That sounds important. I recognize those parts. I don't recognize Yezagexi.
Okay. Okay. Typically when... Okay. Sorry to wake you up again.
You're fine. Let me know if it's important.
I think it might be. I think it's my grandfather's name.
I see. Oh, right, the lineage thing. Okay, I understand why this is important. Right.
Yes.
Well, I'll ask around if anybody else knows that name. We'll try to tell you.
Who's the eldest here?
I am.
So, okay.
But I don't know all. I don't know everything.
Okay. I'll find... talking to the masks, was there one that had, like, still had keepers? Like, who was the last person to still have a keeper?
The last person who was there when there were actually... Oh, wait, actually, I think most of them. Let me double check. Yes, the keepers were present for all of them.
Okay, I'll find the most recent guy then.
Yeah, Moat will be the first to have not had the keepers help him. And the most recent one is Samson Morella.
All right, who has his mask?
I think we just have it in the collection.
Yeah, it's with the party somewhere.
All right, I'll go find his mask and try to wake him up.
Yeah. What's up?
Do you remember the name of your keeper?
Yes, totally, definitely remember it. It's
If you don't remember it, you can say so, and I can give you a name.
I think I might actually know this one, so give me a second. Hang on. I want to try to be useful. I can do this. Mothramus.
Okay. Not the name I was hoping for. Didn't happen to know anyone named Yezagexi.
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay. How long ago was this guy? The bird? Phoenix.
It was about... I did all my stuff maybe 15, 20... Well, no, because the dead thing. You said it's $6.99, so that would have been like... Yeah, that would have been like 40 years or so. I think. That sounds about right.
Okay. Well, thank you. I don't know if you sleep.
Not really. It's a little strange. This part of me seems to be always on.
Do you want us to, like, I don't know, we can, like, put the masks in a circle so you guys can, like, chat? You guys are just chilling.
That actually does sound kind of nice.
I can leave the crazy old woman in a different area if you want.
It is strange. It does feel kind of like I'm in a dream, sort of, slipping in and out. This, I remember enough to know that this isn't all of me. Most of me is somewhere else, back in the place, right? Yes, back in the place. But, I do like to see things. Yeah, I like to see things and talk to people. That sounds great.
Okay. I'll just kind of, like, prop all the masks up around each other. Like, you guys can talk if you want.
All right.
While we're sleeping. I don't think I used my monocle today, have I?
I don't think so.
All right. I'll think of something. I'll just message you after. Yeah, we can.
While we're thinking, there is one other thing that I want to do real quick, just because you guys might want to think about it over the course of the week before the next session. All of you share a dream overnight. Vasu is the first to arrive, and then one by one, all of you kind of pop in around him, and he's doing whatever it is that Vasu does when he meditates, which I assume is not really traditional meditation, but something
Hot
much more
yoga.
Vasa. Yeah, exactly. Some sort of high yoga or something. And Vasu, you get the sense before you like invite people into this dream, you get a little bit of a briefing from Bjarl, who has taken a face across from you, a fiery face, just eyes and a mouth and a bit of a nose. It looks like there's more of him, but he's only able to manifest that much. And he says, "You and your companions have been very useful. I'm proud. There's still a lot of work left to do, but as you have reawakened a part of me, I'm beginning to feel more affinities in all of you, ways that you are connected and intertwined, the fates that have brought you together, your connections to the elements. What I'm trying to say, and I know that this is going to be a little bit of an oversimplification, but I can help draw more of your power out of each of you. And if you want to summon all of your friends into this dream, it is where my connection to each of you is the strongest. I can try to help each of you connect with yourselves." I don't know if Vasu, he might have fallen back asleep.
No, I'm here. I'm on the cusp of sleep. This is my deepest. This is where I meditate the best.
I understand. I do apologize for waking you right after you fell out. I know that it took almost an hour and a half for you to fall asleep, but I do want to get this started quickly because it might be a long process.
No, I'll bring them all in.
All right. One by one, you guys pop in.
I open the door to my consciousness and shout, "Hey, you schmucks, get in here!"
Dorda picks it up immediately. He's got a key level.
Yeah, one by one, each of you has weird dreams, and then like you just start hearing Vasu yelling at random times in your dreams.
I imagine it whatever kind of dreams they're having, I imagine the sequence break and is interrupted by Vasu in the same way.
Yeah.
A door just appears. He knocks on it like really obnoxiously, and then opens it, and he's like, "Hey, come on, get in here."
Yeah. One of you is like being chased by a tiger through the jungle, and then this door opens and Vasu welcomes you in. One of you is,
I open the door and clothesline the tiger with it, and then I'm wearing like 80s jazzercise tights. I'm like, "Hey, come on, you're late."
You open the
Dorda's-
door and Nomad is face to face with you. I have no dreams.
Huh.
Creepy as
Well,
fuck.
you're still late. Get changed.
Dorda's
What
finally
friend
like
night-
relaxing on the beach in the sun with his eyes closed, and then Vasu just leans over his face like, "Hey, wake up!"
I just like to imagine that like the people we're in the dreams with just morph into Vasu slowly as he's talking to us.
my
and
worst
it gets
nightmare.
real creepy. I posted a
God.
video from Steven Universe where someone has a dream and it happens like that. And that's what I like to imagine it's like.
As you get in, Bjarl and Vasu collaboratively can kind of explain this, and I'm going to explain it all out of character, but I assume that Vasu is probably actually the one who relays a lot of this information, even if Bjarl has to kind of like step in and fill in some of the gaps for him. Okay, so here's the gist. Well, people like to come up with systems and categorizations, right? You know, people claim they're born under different star signs, or different blood types, or, you know, they claim to have different affinities to different things. Some of them are true, some of them are false, so it doesn't really matter. What does matter is that each of you has connections to the different elements. And as I've been reborn, I'm able to kind of strengthen some of those things. And what I'm getting at, this is all very complicated, but powerful and important people sometimes have calls of fate, right? There's a lot of theories about what it is. People from the future reaching back, or gods intervening to empower their heroes, or even just alternate timelines that have faded away to calamity and are trying to prevent the same thing from spreading. It's all very metaphysical. You wouldn't understand it. What I'm getting at is each of you has experienced something like this, and I'm going to try to reconnect with each of you and see if you can experience it again to strengthen these bonds, these connections. Anyway, we're going to go around in a circle and we'll see what happens. And one by one, as you guys go through this meditative practice with Vasu, and Vasu, as you kind of work with each of them to try to look into their souls and discover the weird connections that they have to the weave and to the elements and to the world around them, into the various fates of the multiverse. Each of you has experienced at least one choice over the course of your story where you picked one of 3 things, and you can each pick a second thing from that list of 3.
Oh, sweet Christ! On the
Hot damn.
I don't.
I'm gonna need these relinked.
I will. Yeah, I'll
Could
send
you-
it again if you guys forget them.
yeah.
Oh my god, one of them. I don't know if it would be useful, but it's so much fun sounding. And I
Repeat
really
the
wanna
last
do it.
sentence.
All right, I'm just gonna go through these. I'm gonna start with Vasu before he passes out, and then I'll go in alphabetical order, or from top to bottom in my list.
I've got mine. You don't need to post mine.
Sick.
Because I was just talking about it minutes ago.
Yep, I had to not say shit.
I'm going to share it in Roll20 because I'm so excited about it.
Got mine too.
Cloud Piercer Mountain sounds so cool.
This is what I should have taken originally. You are all going to hate me when you see the option that I could have had. Immune to critical hits. Bonuses when I get crits. I can reflect spells.
Sounds great.
Did you not
Why the
pick
fuck
this?
didn't you take that?
What the hell, you picked the bite?
I got to bite, yo, and also
For the record, I did the same thing with mode, so I understand.
it was the other one. It's not just the bite; it's mostly the bite, but it's also my bonus action slam to make a fissure to catch people and restrain them. That's my thing, and
You
also
do
the fact
that a lot.
I'm a siege weapon, which has come up way more than I thought it
Yeah,
would.
yeah.
Oh, hi, Blake. You were not coming through in voice.
No. Come in and out again. Should be fine.
Way smarter than I am. I literally looked at 2 of them and like, wow, these are both incredibly useful. Then I looked at the other one. I was like, ooh, my fire is real good.
Yeah, but your fire is real good.
Sure
It's
is.
true. We still can't hear you if you're saying anything.
No,
Oh, there you
Oh,
go.
there you
Here
are.
we go.
Hey, there you are.
I was saying things and like they're ignoring me again, but you guys never ignore me. It's always my mic.
Yep.
So instead of Vasu just appearing in my dream, I was already having a nightmare of him whispering in my ear
And then another Vasu shows up.
until it's actually Vasu who just busts in and opens the door. And I probably wake up. No, not really. But neat, I'm here. Hello.
Hi.
You're just in time.
You just in time to score the power up.
Also, I'm never driving again for any reason.
Yeah, that
Are
sounded
you
terrible.
okay? You sound tired.
I'm very tired.
My third option is so weird, but so it's like, let me just share it. It's just really bizarre and incredibly situational,
Where are my options?
but also very cool.
I am sending
know
them
if
on
I really
Telegram
like-
one person at a time.
I don't know if I really.
Also,
like
I
either of
found
the
my
other
old one.
options
You don't,
that
have
I
to, you don't have to send it to me.
Nope, I just sent yours.
Oh wait,
I'll be
that's
your-
what I found. Never mind.
I'm gonna get ready for work.
Good luck.
BRB.
Bye.
I'm gonna type this shit into my character sheet and then I'm gonna roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out too, actually.
Night, guys.
Let
See you guys.
Good night.
Goodbye.
Good night.
God, I forgot about nomads.
I already have Mind of the Lost, at least.
Yep.
I feel like 1 minute of Windwalk is not a lot of time to do much. I don't know. This is a tough choice.
Let me hang on a second. Let me double check your Windwalk thing. Actually, hang on. Yeah, no, okay, it's in there. The benefit is that you can cast it as an action. But yeah. Anyway, they've all been sent. Folks got to take off. I'm going to wind down here. I'll catch y'all next week.
Have a good night.
Good night. Just in time. Everyone go to bed.
Just in time. I'm actually going to be up for